Thank you very much, Sean. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the November 15th, 2022 meeting of the Milton Conservation Commission. Members of the commission are appointed by the Select Board to implement the rules and regulations of the State Wetlands Protection Act and the Milton Town Bylaw governing wetlands. As a matter of formality, we introduce ourselves, which we'll do in a moment. But the second matter of formality is that we invite any and all to speak, to ask questions, to make comments. But to do so, please identify yourself for the record. And this is a recorded open meeting in accordance with the public meetings law. My name is John Kiernan. Hans, can you introduce yourself?
Hans Van Lingen.
Ingrid Beatty.
And Wendy.
Good evening, I'm Wendy Garpo.
Thank you. And that's our quorum for this evening, so we can proceed. We do expect to be joined shortly by Tom Palmer, who will be the fifth member of the commission. Now, for the members of the public that are joining us, I actually invite you to look at the agenda before we begin. And the reason is we're going to continue a number of these items at the request of the applicant. So listen closely, because I don't want anybody to be sitting around waiting for something that we've already continued. So if you look first to number seven, which is a notice of intent at 65 Winthrop Street. Actually, that's a misprint. It should have been certificate of compliance at 65 Winthrop Street, but they have asked for a continuance until December 13th. So number 7 will not be heard. Next, number 9 is a request for determination of applicability at Brush Hill Lane and 0 Milton Avenue. That's the lot of land in the project that abuts both Boston and Milton. So it's sort of a cross-jurisdictional. They have asked to continue until December 13th. Numbers 10 and 11 go together, and they are at 1259 Brush Hill Road, Lot C, and 1259 Brush Hill Road, Lot D. The applicant has requested that those items be continued until the December 13th, 2022 meeting, and we have agreed to that. Number 14 is informational only at Lower Guile Road. They have asked to be taken off of the agenda, and the future date will be to be determined. We don't have a date for that yet, so it's not necessarily on for December, but it could be. And then I want to go back to number 12, which is a notice of intent at 648, 652 Canton Avenue. And I received a written request this afternoon from the applicant, Mr. Phil Cordero, who is a representative for the applicant, and they have asked to postpone that meeting until the December 13th, 2022 meeting. All right, remember.
That's number 12?
That's number 12.
Okay.
You are correct. It's 648, 652 Canton Avenue. And I suspect that there are some members of the public that were waiting for that. That will be continued until December. All right, if there are any questions on that, then let's proceed with number 1, which is notice of intent at 600 Canton Avenue. That's the Winter Valley project. Mr. Corcoran, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you. And if I may share screen, Mr. Chair.
You may. Sean, that's you've set that up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Also, Mr. Palmer will be joining you shortly.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ned Corcoran on behalf of Winter Valley Residences, Inc. I'm joined by Sarah McLaren, who's the executive director, Jim DeVellis from DeVellis Rhine, who's the engineer, and now I'm blanking on my own team's name.
Devin Howe.
Devin Howe from Beals Associates. I've got a brief PowerPoint that sort of sets the stage, and then we'll hand it over to Jim DeVellis, and he'll hand it to Devin for the details of the 2 different components of what we're doing here. Let's see, I've got to. So Winter Valley, as many of you know, is a HUD Finance senior living facility located on Canton Avenue, roughly opposite the town hall complex. It is a large campus with 5 buildings, 160 units of affordable senior and housing for seniors and the disabled. In 2021, the town meeting approved an amendment to the zoning for the residence D1 zoning that allowed Winter Valley to add a new building with up to 36 new affordable housing units. We are filing or have filed concurrently for 2 sets of permits in accordance with that zoning. One, notice of intent with this commission, and second, site plan approval with the planning board. We're starting the hearing, obviously, with the commission tonight, and we start with the planning board on December 6th. We've also suggested that the planning board would attend the site walk, if there is one, that would come out of this following this hearing tonight. So Winter Valley is a large campus, 24 acres, with a main driveway that runs perpendicular to Canton Avenue. This is the hospital property right over here. And it comes in a long way. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 residential buildings, an administrative and amenity building here. And the plan is to build a 6th building back in this area. So again, Canton Avenue, Highland Street. These darker lines are actually the driveways and parking areas. The buildings themselves are difficult to pick up. A year ago at town meeting, we showed this aerial, which was then the proposed location for this new building 6. You can see building 5 and the drive aisle and the parking area for that. We filed last year, we filed a request for determination of applicability relative to wetlands. There is a small isolated wetland that is located right here where this building is going to go. But this is what we showed last year. New plans you'll see in a moment. Swing the building 90 degrees to the right and move the parking and turnaround areas over here away from residential butters on the westerly boundary line. And in the rear, you can see there is a wetland here that feeds an intermittent stream that feeds into property of the Milton Hospital. This is the proposed area for the building. Buildings now, this view is sort of shifted, skewed a little bit, but here's building 5, here's building 6. There are 3 residential abutters on the westerly side and Milton Hospital property on the easterly side. The building, as proposed, would sit on top of a small isolated wetland, a little more than 5,000 square feet, that was flagged and its location was approved as part of the RDA. And we looked at the notion of replication. And we looked specifically at 2 initial plans. The first would have been to replicate and expand this wetland that feeds into this Milton Hospital property. We thought that would be a logical replication choice. The alternative we looked at was replicating this area by turning really turning the replication, the wetland on its axis, 90 degrees. And we met with Steve Ivis earlier this year for the purpose of working that through. And Steve thought about it for a while and he came up with what we think is a better plan, and one that we're presenting tonight. His concern, rightfully so, was that if we were going to replicate wetlands here, and this is a very wooded tract of land back here, that we would actually be removing trees and other vegetation. And so the balance of whether or not it was appropriate to replicate the wetland or remove trees sort of became a difficult thing to consider. And he came up with the idea of replicating on town-owned wetland at the base of the driveway in from Canton Avenue. This is a large property, 5 acres, owned by the town. It's owned under the jurisdiction of the select board. The drainage system for Winter Valley drains substantially, some of it drains into this wetland. This wetland also receives drainage from Canton Avenue and Highland Street. And the drainage and the quality of water associated with what's coming in could be improved. And Steve thought that it might be appropriate to replicate in this area. you can see this aerial, I'm not sure why when I print out the town's maps, they come out with red grass, but there is a swale, a culvert that goes under the main driveway and this area here, Steve thought would be an appropriate place. And so our plan tonight will shows two components. One is the impacts, what's happening at the location of the existing wetland. And then part B is the proposal to replicate in this town-owned area. So with that, let me hand it to Jim DeVellis, and I'll take it from there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ned. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. As Ned had said, my name is Jim DeVellis. I'm a professional civil engineer with DeVellis Serene, and we're providing civil and landscape architecture services. And we submitted the notice of intent. If it's okay with the chair and I can share my screen.
Oh, that'd be great. Thanks, Jim.
Okay, great. Okay, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, great. So basically what I wanted to do is kind of put the site in context, not repeating what Ned had said on the overview of the entire site, but just looking at what we're doing with the NOI and the building down in this area for now. So if you can recall, Ned had brought you through the site and ended at building 5. So this is building 5, the existing pavement, if you follow my hand, comes through here and it dead ends right here. So what the NOI proposal is to add building 6, which is located here. The pavement continues on, comes around, provides additional parking, and then goes back out and meets up with the original. So basically, it's this area here. So what I'm showing on this colored rendering is just the landscaping, the building. These whitish colors are proposed contours, and there's a few utilities that go through. There's a sewer line here. There's a sewer line that's coming up here. I'll explain in a minute. And the lighter color represents kind of the limit of disturbance. So anything you see out here, we're not disturbing. Anything you see in this lighter color is where we're proposing disturbance. So let me see. The notice of intent site plans that we submitted, I'll go over very briefly. Cover over that. So the existing conditions, it's oriented a little differently, but this is the tail end of the back of the property. This is building 5, the dead end parking. So this is the area we're working in. Up in this corner, which is I guess the eastern side, is a little bit of the wetlands coming into here. Associated with the wetlands is a 100-foot buffer. And then this is state regulated wetlands. Over here on the locally regulated wetlands is the area that we're proposing to fill and replicate at the entrance that Ed had explained. Associated with that is the 100-foot buffer. Now, these wetlands went through the Conservation Commission a year or so ago with an ANRAD and was approved. So this was our starting point on the survey. Next plan in the site is we call a site prep plan. The hatched area represents the limit of disturbance. Again, building 5, the existing parking. So we pretty much put a line around the limit of disturbance, which is going to be ringed with silt controls. Next plan is from a bird's eye view looking down, just a layout materials plan. Again, building 6, the parking, it's all dimensioned. This dash line again is the limit of disturbance through here. And I highlighted these wetlands were just buildings outside of the 100-foot. We get some disturbance on the outside of the 100-foot. And on here, I'm gonna walk you through, this is the entire wetland area. And what we're proposing to do is fill here. But when we do the calculations and make the presentation at the entrance, we're assuming that we're gonna mitigate for this entire wetlands, even though this area is not gonna be touched, just in case the grading or some of the disturbance is going to affect it. We'll assume that we're mitigating for the entire area, even though this is going to be left alone. The next plan is kind
Jim, before you leave that, number 1, can you give me the square footage of the isolated wetland under the town? And number 2, is the replication on a 1-to-1 basis, or what is the ratio?
Sure. So that's a good question. The total wetland area is shown on the plan here, 5,717 square feet. This area right here that's left alone is about 23% of that, or 1,300 square feet. So what we're filling here is, again, 77%, or about 5,700 square feet. As far as the wetland replication area, could we wait a little bit to the end? Because Devin's going to grab that area and explain the details and the square footage of that.
Yes.
That's okay.
I think that would be 4,700 square feet of the wetland that would be disturbed. Total area is 5,700.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that? Yeah, 5,700 is the total. You're right.
But
So-
Ned, you lost me. Did you say 4,700 for replication?
No, the replication is going to be closer to the 5,700. We're assuming
So what was the 4,700 number that was just tossed out?
that's the area that will actually be disturbed. We're assuming that there may be some additional impact to the wet portion of the wetland that does not get disturbed. It may dry up.
I'm getting 4,400, Ned, on
Yeah.
that.
I'll take, so this area right here, that's inside the limit of disturbance is 4,418 square feet.
Right.
The
That's what I
outside,
got.
yeah, the outside area is about 1,300 square feet. So in total, that's the 5,718.
Got it. Thank you.
So the kind of the underground utilities and guts of the drainage and project is shown on this plan, which is a grading and utility. So let me start with, so the layout is here. Everything that's coming down, this area is actually lower than the wetlands. Usually it goes the other way around. It floods towards the wetlands. This is going in this direction. So what we're doing is we're capturing it from going into the building. It's a very flat area right here in between grading down and grading up, and then it goes on its way here. The building and the parking, all that drainage is going into a closed drainage system, pipes with storm scepters, and then that goes into a detention basin in this area. And that's designed for the 100-year storm event. So we've mitigated the peaks, the volumes. We're actually providing about 5 times more volume into the ground than what we're required under the DEP guidelines. TSS removal is 98%. I think we're required 80%. So if you go through the NOI drainage report, we're meeting all the current standards and exceeding them. The outlet control structure is metered out through here, and then that goes into a new manhole, which goes out to drainage pipe. So basically we're intercepting a lot of the stuff that's going untreated, bringing it into the basin, putting it back in, and it's going on its way. Sewer is going out into, there's an existing sewer easement that travels up and down, north and south. So we're connecting the building into this existing pipe. So there's no on-site septic, it's sewer. And then we were asked, we're working with the abutter over here. They're proposing to connect into that sewer line. So we're showing a line that comes across the parking lot and then into this area here. Nothing to do with our building, but we're trying to work on a good neighbor and work with them as they're permitting their stuff.
Yeah, and that's the memory care facility that was, for which zoning was approved in March on property of the hospital. We think it's an appropriate way to connect sewer down into the town system.
Can you go back to something, Jim, before you leave that slide?
Sure.
Go back to is that a slope? And if so, how much of a slope? What's the elevation change at the back of the building 6? Right where the leftover piece of the whatever it is, 1,300 square feet, 23% of the wetland area, that side, what's the grade change there?
Okay, so we're at 130, I'll blow it up a little bit. So the grades around here are 130, we're 132, 131, we're matching into the grade, so there's no grade change. The next contour matches in, and then it goes flat, and then it goes up a couple feet. So really close to the existing grades here. The reason for this slope is because we're cutting in this area 2 feet, and then it's flat, dead flat here, and then it goes up 2 feet. So there's not a lot of grade change, and we tried to stay out of this area and match into the contours rather than propose any walls or drastic cuts.
All right, what about, well, let me put in context the question before I even ask it. And for the public's benefit, the Conservation Commission has actually done a site walk, not here, but at the proposed replication area that Ned Cochran mentioned, which is essentially the corner of the land at the corner of Highland Street and Canton Avenue, which is town-owned. And one of the reasons for that suggestion from Steve Ivas was that to replicate it elsewhere would require the removal of some a significant number of very mature trees. We didn't want to do that. But if you go back to that area where there's that area of the remaining 1,300 square feet that you do not have to fill, what about laterally along the line of that elevation line? Is that an area where you could also replicate, because it looks like the water is going to be flowing in that direction? Or are the trees there as well?
Yeah, this is fully wooded in here. So
Okay.
yeah, it's completely wooded. This area was, some people, you think of wetlands as swampy and standing water. It's fully vegetated, fully wooded, and it just happened to be a low depression that the trees grew in. So if you look at my hand here, this is all woods, and this is the proposed tree line right here.
Understood. All right, thank you.
So the last plan I'll go through is the landscaping plan. So the hatched area is just grasses, New England seed mix. And we're showing a mix of deciduous and evergreens around. So even though, this area right here is all wooded, as is over here, we're proposing pine trees along here, and it's not more, it acts as a buffer, but it also acts to protect the edge of the tree line. So when we cut the tree line, you're going to be looking at, high canopies and sticks and trunks. So this kind of protects it from the wind and what have you. And it's a nice quiet area for the back of the residence. We provide a little more tighter landscaping here, just because we are, with our sewer line coming in here, providing more screening. And the rest are pretty much foundation plantings. We've got some screening, some evergreen evergreen deciduous trees along here, and regular plantings in the parking island here.
Jim, do you have a tree survey for the trees that will be removed for construction?
No. What the survey showed, should go back to the existing conditions. They didn't pick up because it's so wooded in here, we picked up the tree line only. So we didn't go in and count all the trees that are in there.
No, I'm not talking about the trees in the area. I'm talking about the trees to be removed for your construction.
Correct. Yeah, we're saying the same thing. So this area right here are the trees, the disturbance. We did not go in here and do an inventory of all the trees in here. It's fully wooded. Out here is the area where we're not proposing or taking down. So this hatched area is what you're asking, and we did not do that survey.
Well, we've got a tree replacement performance standard that we would require conformance with, unless there was some unusual circumstance to make us deviate from that. We try to be as uniform and consistent as possible with that. And we used to do a 3-to-1, but we've now shifted our regulatory approach to sum of the circumference at breast height. And just to avoid confusion, oftentimes when it's written, it comes out as DBH, which is diameter at breast height, as opposed to CBH, which would be circumference. But it really does matter mathematically. It'll come out to be the same at the end. But we do ask applicants to replace the trees on that basis that they removed for purposes of construction, and whether that's building or a parking area. So I think that we'd like to have an idea of how many trees are coming down.
Okay.
Not only that, the value of a large mature tree with broad and deep roots is quite different from one with a less mature tree.
Mm-hmm.
So we're concerned about that as well.
Okay. And this kind of
We'll,
ahead.
we'll put together a survey. The one concern we have here, and it's one of the things I think we had asked the commission to consider, is that this is a nonprofit entity providing affordable housing for low and moderate income folks in and around the town. It is a specific and unique function that they perform, and we'd ask that the commission take some indulgence with respect to the requirement to meet that standard. The other thing is, I think we could, once we go through the replication plan, I think the replication down below and opportunities to do additional planting down there would also mitigate in favor of something less than a full requirement. So I'd ask the commission to consider those two factors.
Well, the replication is required, that's got its own standard. And that's why I asked whether it's a 1-to-1 or if the ratio is different, which we usually require, that it be better than 1-to-1. But I don't think he can get double credit for the replication. But I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate the public benefit and the nonprofit status and the affordable units, et cetera. We're just trying to be consistent and uniform in our application of our standards.
Understood. And we appreciate your consideration.
So we can go through that exercise. And just another consideration on top of what Ed said, if you go through the site, you're going to see around the 5 buildings and the other buildings they have there. This owner has been a very good steward of the property. There's no clear-cut areas. It's very, very wooded, almost too wooded. If there is such a thing, it goes up to the edge of pavement, it goes up to the buildings. So if we had to take that caliper and replace it on site, we'd be just squishing it in there to squish it in there. So just one thing as we go through the study, and we'll write something up, but I think that's a little consideration too, that this owner has not cut trees where they didn't have to over the years.
Yeah, that's great. And to the extent that your comment includes squishing trees in there on the landscape plan, we're very sensitive to that. And that's why we actually have what we call a virtual tree bank, because we put trees into this virtual bank so they can be used elsewhere in the town for the public benefit. So they don't all have to go on the project site itself. They can sometimes be used elsewhere. As an example, we've had some project applicants plant trees at Turner's Pond, even though it was off-site. So that is a potential resolution as well.
Okay. Is that part of the wetland bylaw? I looked through the regulations and I didn't see that jump out. Is that part of a bylaw?
It is not part of the bylaw, and we've actually tried to change it, and it's not. We have not received official approval from the select board, which would be required to formalize it as a regulation. It has been our performance standards for the 30 years that I have been on the Conservation Commission.
Okay.
Although I acknowledge you, it used to be 3-to-1, which hurts when there's small trees you're taking down, and it kills us when it's a very large, mature legacy kind of tree that's taken down.
Okay, and I wasn't questioning the validity. The way my mind works, I just want to see something written where I can respond to it. So is it online someplace, or is it not part of your regulations? I'm not challenging you. I get to come back with something here.
as Ned will appreciate, and we'll get to it this evening, actually at 34 Milton Hill Road, that issue came up as to what was handed out, and we do have it in writing somewhere, but what was handed out was not the appropriate standard that we utilized. So the answer is sort of yes, sort of no. There is a written standard, but it's not the one that has been handed out of late, which I know just confuses the issue for you. But again, our standard has, at least in the last 3 or 4 years, changed from a 3-to-1 ratio to a sum of the circumference at breast height.
Okay, all right. So I'll follow up with Ned and we'll respond to that.
Okay.
So the rest of my plans are just pretty much standard details. The next plan, which was submitted, was prepared by Beals and Associates, and this is the wetland replication area at the entrance. So at this time, I can pass it over to Devin Howe from Beals.
Actually, before you move on,
Mhm.
just had a question about the stormwater design and how it ties into the existing system, and under what conditions the site will be discharging stormwater into that system, and what the potential effects may be there, if you could
Sure.
do that.
So going into the basin, it's piped, and this is the flared end section, and it has a barrier here to stop further sediment, a sediment forebay.
Mhm.
As it leaves, there's an outlet control structure. It's detailed on the drawings. Basically has small holes, big top. So as the water rises from 124 to 126, it goes out the outlet through a 12-inch, and then this pipe goes into a 15-inch pipe with a new manhole, and then that goes off site. So in the drainage report, we provided an evaluation of a 210, 25, 50, and 100-year storms. So in all storm events, it's not increased coming out the site. It drains dry at the end of 24 hours. There's a volume requirement that because of the soils that are there, so if it's an A soils, which is a sand, you have to put more into the ground. If it's a D soils, you don't have to put any in the ground. The soil test pits that were done here substantiate the fact that they are CD soils. So on the D side, we don't have to do any. On the C, we have to do some. We did a very conservative design that we're assuming these are C soils. So we are providing more into the ground than we would normal. So we're holding back more than we need to. So at the outlet for the 210, 2500, the outlet control structure will keep the stormwater back to match the reference point offsite. So if you're looking for specific numbers, they're in the report. I can pull that up. But the gist is, for all of those storms, we looked at where the water's going, how fast it's going, and the volume, and mitigated in that basin. Make sense?
Yes, no, absolutely.
Jim, can I ask a question? And you may want to kick this to Devin. I'm not sure, but if you go back to this stormwater discharge discussion that we just had, one of the things that caught my eye it's actually on page 55 of your application under operation and maintenance plan.
Yep.
And it says it's proposed that the parking and drive areas will be cleaned with a street sweeper on a semi-annual basis, with at least 2 sweepings per year or more often as required by the Conservation Commission. Now, to put my question in context, last month, the Conservation Commission did go out to look at that replication area. And what we noticed was that the current stormwater runoff discharge pipe that goes under the driveway has created a lot of erosion. And there's a lot of sedimentation that we saw there. And that's really where the replication plan is. That's why the plan makes so much sense.
Yeah.
But we were concerned with the amount of sediment that was at the discharge area for that pipe. There's a lot of sand there that we saw. And so I'm wondering whether or not you have any thoughts in terms of how frequently is 2 enough sweeping? We saw a lot of sand, and we're now adding to that runoff. And I'm wondering if that's enough, or we should be looking, because it does suggest if more is required by the Conservation Commission, but I need some guidance as to, what would be appropriate.
Okay, so that's a very good question. If we look at the site in its entirety, so this site's been around since late 70s, early 80s, maybe the plans I looked at, they didn't have those regulations back there. So if you look at the existing stormwater management, you've got paved swales, you've got catch basins that don't have a lot of water quality enhancement. So that's then, this is now. So when we look at this area, that's why we put, like for instance, this existing parking lot just came down and didn't have anything. We put in the storm scepters here, which have TSS removal of 80% on its own. So that meets the requirement. plus the parking sweeping, plus everything that leaves here goes into this basin, which bumps it up to 98%. So what you're coming out of here with is 2% maybe. And that's not taken into consideration the forebay. So this proposed area, you'll have no issues with. The existing area is probably a hodgepodge of different things over the years. So what we're proposing is twice a year for it to be swept. And there's not a lot of runoff from outside because it's so established coming onto it, but it's primarily, if you see a lot of sands, it's from winter, you know, the sanding of, and
Right.
I'll be honest with you, because if this was a Walmart parking lot, I'd think of it differently. Because it's seniors, you really have to caution on slipping and falling. So the sand is not going to go away and you need to do that. But I think up here, we're completely covered with under new regulations. I think at the bottom area, it's kind of fixing stuff that wasn't necessarily done wrong in the past. It just wasn't required. So now you're catching up and providing something going backwards in time, if that makes a sense. So, you know, let's look at the wetland replication because they've got things like water quality and things like that enhanced, and then we can look at the entire project after that's discussed. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. See, you want me to keep sharing this, or do you want to do your own on this?
Thanks, Jim. I'll actually ask the chair if I can share my screen. Devin Howe from Beals Associates. Our office designed the wetland replication area.
Sean, are you able to allow him to share?
Already got it. All right. So to give everyone some context, we've been discussing this area towards the rear of the site. Highland Street is on the right side of this locus map here with Canton Ave on the top side. That driveway that comes back to the proposed building extends up to here. So our wetland replication area is here, right off Canton Ave and right next to the site driveway. I'm going to go over to our zoomed in version now. So as Jim and Ned were stating, the total size of that existing isolated vegetated wetlands next to the proposed building 6 is about 5,700 square feet. And when we were developing this wetland replication plan, we just wanted to be a little bit more conservative, understanding that the plans Jim had developed in his team, there may have been an inadvertent draining of that isolated wetland. So when we developed this plan, we assumed that there'd be direct impacts from the direct alteration of that wetland, in addition to those indirect impacts, which totals really the entire square footage of that wetland. The proposed replication area consists of really 2 parts. The first part is this area here, really everywhere beneath elevation 71, excluding this gray area here. So this entire area that I'm circling with my mouse, that area totals about 4,980 square feet. So that's the area we're proposing new wetland replication area. There is, during our site walk with the commission the past month, there was this area where this black line here is the wetland. And if the commission recalls, coming down from the existing outfall, there's a channel that extends out into that wetland area. And what we had done is we had marked out where that disturbance was from accumulation of sediment, a large amount of debris, sand, and everything else that really had accumulated throughout, the 40 years or so of operation of this facility. And what we're proposing to do is supplement our replication area to restore the wetland area that I'm outlining here, and it's shown as that black line. It totals about 775 square feet. So the combination of the two, the replication area in addition to this restoration area, is 5,755 square feet. Getting down to really the engineering this, and I think it ties into a little bit of what Hans was asking about the outfall from the system that Jim's team designed, is that their stormwater system actually drains down to this point right here. We're able to determine that through our survey plans, in addition to, unfortunately, Steve's not here tonight, but Steve did some of the homework for me. Was great in giving us some plans that showed that drainage system continues down to this area right here. So in addition to Jim and his design slowing down that stormwater in terms of rate and volume, what we've done is that existing head wall is right here. And as the commission probably recalls during our site walk, is that whole area was substantially eroded out with that channel extending down towards the wetlands. We're proposing to excavate that area and replace it with 6-inch riprap, slow that water down as it comes out of that head wall, reduce that velocity, and really stop the erosion at its source so it can't travel into our replication and restoration areas. As that stormwater flows down that riprap channel, we're proposing a riprap plunge pool with a level spreader. That level spreader acts as just that additional measure to really slow down that stormwater even more and just slowly release it and distribute it into this replication area. As that restoration area fills up, it would spill over just an earthen natural berm, generally along the edge of the wetlands here. As part of the restoration and replication area, we're proposing to plant 22 trees and 92 shrubs. Those areas, or those trees would be just kind of mixed throughout the restoration area in such a way that it wouldn't look engineered. And is the reason why we don't specifically show it on our plan view. We want it to look more of a natural creation as opposed to something that's really man-made once you get down in that area. Another thing that we had discussed with Steve as we were developing this plan is our understanding is this wetland drains underneath Canton Avenue, and there's some drainage issues that we understand on the other side. So really, we had designed this restoration area in a place that would help slow down that stormwater, help stop some of that erosion that could be helping to or contributing to problems happening downstream. As far as a presentation, that's all I had, unless there's any specific questions from the commission.
My only question or comment rather is really a footnote and doesn't affect the design at all. But when the plans come forward, please include a grate on the end of that discharge pipe. That's about a 30-inch pipe, and not to have a grate there is it's not good for kids. And I think it's a pretty simple thing to just, add to your plan to make sure there's a grate to cover the entrance.
Sure.
I have a question.
Tom, you going?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah, I'm looking at the drawing here with the new contours showing the water coming down from the outfall into our large flat, I would call it a basin because it has a berm on the far side. And that seems like enough room to spread out that water that we saw carving such a deep channel to the wetland. But my question is this, it's labeled a replication area. Do you expect the area within that basin to become a wetland?
That's a great question. And yes, we do expect that area to become a wetland. What we've included on our plans is just also a note that any of the hydric soils that are removed from that wetland located behind the proposed building 6, or really on top of building 6, we would utilize down in this area in our replication area.
I saw that. That makes sense. That gives you a head start. I'm just wondering if, depending on how absorbent those soils are, whether those areas will stay saturated long enough to become a wetland. I just don't feel like I know that. I don't know that by doing the grade changes you're proposing, you will get enough saturation to make a wetland in this area. I think that's hard to predict. It's not that I don't think it's a good idea. I just wonder if at the end of the day, we will get more wetland, because certainly water will be discharged there. But suppose it soaks into the ground fast enough that that area doesn't remain saturated. If that's the case, it won't be a wetland, correct?
I think that's a fair question. In my response back to that would be, we would expect that this wetland, the more or less the groundwater is at or just below the ground elevation. And what we've done is our replication here, we've actually brought down in some areas 4 feet or so to actually be either at or below the elevation of the wetland, to just make sure, in addition to the stormwater that's coming from the development, both existing and proposed, it would also be supplemented with just that additional groundwater to give it that water and hydrology it needs to feed a wetland.
Well, that makes sense to me, that you're looking at the existing water table to try to get near to that in order to get the wetland hydrology. I think to be certain about that, you would really want to know what those groundwater levels are in the area where you're going to work, so that you would know that your finish grade is going to be close to them. I don't mean to suggest that this design is inadequate. I just feel like I don't know enough at this point to be confident that that will turn into a wetland.
Yeah, this is Ingrid. I just want to follow up on Tom's comments, and he was far more articulate than I was. I have a few questions here that I renumbered a couple of times, but piggybacking on Tom's comment, one question was, how is the proposed replication area as good as or better than the naturally occurring? So I think, Tom, you asked more specific questions, but that's a concern of mine. The other question, maybe it's a little bit premature because maybe you haven't thought about the actual genus and species of trees and shrubs. But that was also a question of mine in terms of your replacement protocols. And I'm just looking at my other question was you're going to be increasing impervious area. I understand that you're going to be replicating. There was a little bit of inconsistencies with the numbers, but I think I'm okay on that. If you could also speak to treatment of water going into the proposed new proposed replication site. And I'm sorry I hit you with, I think, 4 questions here, but if you could address them in turn, that would be great. I'm sorry.
And I'll try and get to all of them. I apologize. I was trying to write them down as you were giving them. The plant species we've actually included on our replication plan, the different species of trees and shrubs that we're looking to install in that area.
Okay, right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed that.
And then
that looks fine. Tom, do you have any comments?
Those are all native with the exception of the mountain holly, which is, I've only seen it once in the middle of the bog at Ponkabog, where somebody pointed out to me, but I still think it's appropriate to use because it's native, not too far away. In fact, all of these are natives, and I think they're an improvement over the Norway maples that are in there now. Some of them, by the way, that have been undermined by the erosion. So this list looks just fine to me.
Yeah, agreed. John, unless you want to advocate for those Norways.
You know I always do.
And then your other question in regards to treatment of stormwater. This replication area provides a certain level of treatment just from the nature of what we're trying to create from a wetland resource area. Really, all the stormwater today from the site comes down to this point, or at least really the majority of it. So I think really to answer your question is, as part of what Jim's proposing, as part of his package, in addition to a certain measurable amount that we're providing, I think what we can say is we're providing greater treatment than what exists today.
Okay,
On the impervious surface, but you're creating an impervious surface, so it's not greater than its current existing condition.
I guess I would defer to Jim to answer the questions on his, the proposed development and how he's treating the, impervious area as part of the building 6.
Yeah, and I'll defer to him as well. But the point is, he addressed the issue of, the old impervious surface not working very well, and the new one would conform to the current performance standards. But Ingrid's question was different, and that was, are you improving from the current wooded wetland to an impervious surface with runoff?
Correct.
Yeah, as in the wetland replication area is creating an impervious surface?
No, go back to the building. Go back up the hill to the building 6 and the parking area around there. That's where the water's coming from.
Correct.
And I got the 80%, and then you go into the detention basin and you improve it at another 18%. So you get essentially a 98% efficiency rating, which is great because the 80% is, that's the minimal requirement. But the 98% is pretty good. And that's a whole lot better than when I say the old system, I'm talking about the previously constructed, driveways and parking areas and impervious surfaces. But in creating a new building and new impervious surfaces, we're now looking at, is that water, forget about the old water and runoff, is the new runoff better than it is under current circumstances, under current conditions?
That was my question.
Jim, do you want to handle that question?
Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy on exactly what you're asking, and I'm what we're proposing, the building and all the new pavement plus some of the existing pavement that we're working around is going to be improved to 98% of total suspended solids. The peaks are addressed, the volumes, like I had said before, over addressed in that area. And the area that we're talking about is about an acre and a half. So that area completely exceeds all required stormwater management guidelines. Now, the wetlands so in order to do that, we were filling the locally jurisdictional wetlands. We looked at doing that in the back and doing like a 2-to-1 ratio and going through that exercise. We could certainly do that, but it meant cutting down trees, and it didn't make a lot of sense if there was another area on site that would be more beneficial. So that's where the exercise of let's look around the site. And we ended up at the entrance that said between the existing development and the wetlands, everything's running down there. So this was put there, this replication area was put there to serve two things, to replicate the wetland areas, but also provide additional water quality that picks up what is not being done now. So everything that's coming down from, elevation 80 down to 68, it goes in there, it settles out, it goes into a very flat area, it fills up, it goes into the ground, you create a wetland. So in comparison to what's there now, that's a drastic improvement over the entire site. So it's not a linear, you can't say A plus B equals C, but what we're proposing is mitigated, plus this not only replicates what we're filling behind the building, but it serves a purpose to fix what's been going on since the 80s when it wasn't regulated. Does that make sense?
Yes, but going back to Tom Palmer's question, is the level of confidence based on the topography, and I know you're slowing down the rate of water and looking at that new site, what is your expectation or your level of confidence? And Tom, please chime in as well, because you're much more versed than I. What is our confidence that that actually will be an effective long-term functioning wetland based on the soils and the topography? Tom, did I capture what you had initially raised? And I was one of my.
It is hard to manufacture a wetland where there's not a wetland now. Mm-hmm. It's just tricky. I've seen it fail before, where places made to look like a wetland, but for whatever reason, it doesn't stay wet enough, and it's not a wetland.
Oh, okay.
So my big concern is, are in the end analysis, are we making the entire situation better or worse? That's what I'm trying to answer in my own mind.
Understood better now. So, my experience on this site is if you walk around, everything grows. So it's not like it's sandy soils and you've got to do irrigation. There's nothing on this site that dies. All right. With the understanding, pine trees are different than wetlands. If you look at this basin that is being proposed, on one side, you're cutting down almost 4 feet into the ground. To the right side, you're going from elevation 75 down to 71. On the left side, you're going down from about 73, 74 down to 71. And that entire area is also C and D soil. So they're very, very tight. There's nothing this is such a large area going into this, from a sprinkle to 100-year storm, that basin is always going to accept runoff. It's not diverted anywhere else. So I'd be very, very surprised if things dry out there. And the wetland plants that he have, they're native, they're for this purpose. If the wetlands just to the top of this page came about without any extraordinary efforts, right? They're natural. This area is a little bit lower, and it's going to be supplemented and replenished with water every time it sprinkles out. If you look at the wetlands in the back, it's a very weird situation because it's a wetland that flows the wrong way, but it's just a small depression. The water has no place to go. It doesn't go in the ground, and it created a wetland all by itself. This has a lot more, man-made effort to do it. I'd be very surprised if this doesn't take off right away and stay in perpetuity.
But it's not just topography, it's chemical composition of the land and the soil, and the sorts of granular and Tom, you can speak more to the composition of the soil and the land. I understand topography is a huge aspect of it, and I understand that, but there are lots of other considerations that factor into making a long-term functional wetland.
Ingrid, really adding to what Jim said, through the investigations, we were engaged, I want to say since August, with Steve Ivis to try and find the appropriate replication area. And really, through our numerous on-site meetings that we had with Steve, we believe that this was the best area, not only because of the large trees that were in the other wetlands, but we wanted to make sure that we kept this wetland in the same watershed that it exists today. So this, there's actually about 20 acres that drain down to really this outfall location here into our replication area. It actually extends, I don't have a map on here that shows it, but it actually extends all the way up to Highland Lane, which is kind of generally down here on the page. So that entire watershed actually drains down this way, feeds this existing wetland before it drains all the way down to really towards Canton Avenue, where we're proposing this replication area. So it's not like we just said, let's throw this at the furthest corner of the site and call it a day.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that.
But really, to give it, I'll say the best fighting chance, and what we believed was the best option for this site. That's why we chose this location down here. Is we generate that largest watershed by locating that replication area down where we did.
And I just would add and highlight the fact that it was really Steve Ivis who came up with the idea. He pushed us to look at this because he thought it was the right thing to do.
So Ingrid and Tom, when you're citing a wetland replication area, just in my experience, citing it adjacent to a larger wetland system is usually your where you have your highest likelihood for success. So that is something we did discuss at the site walk with Steve. So not that.
Yeah, and I apologize. I was not present for that.
It might help if you have any delineation of the flags adjacent to the existing wetland. Where if you take some soil pits, do some test augers, you might have an indication of what your groundwater depth is at the time where you do. That might help to answer the questions about, where the current groundwater levels are. But, because it is an existing wetland, they're probably pretty near to the surface, especially this time of year.
I would agree with that, Hans. If I could just make one more point, as we look on the left side of the screen here, we see the two wetlands, and we notice that the property continues down toward the bottom of the screen. It seems to have a long extension there. My question is this development going to continue back that way with new buildings every 10 years until all the woods are built, or is this the end of the expansion?
I think this is the end, Tom. There's a permanent conservation restriction on that last piece of the tail.
Is that so? It seemed to be on one of the plans. I was wondering what that was.
The area in question here was subject to a 30-year restriction that was imposed in 1989 as part of the rezoning for Building 5. There was an additional permanent conservation restriction put on an additional 4 acres, which is further down the last section of the property on the plan. That remains in effect.
Well, I would like it if that's the case, that is good news, because one thing about this project, if you look at the drainage and grading plan, is that in order to build the basin to deal with the stormwater, they have to cut trees. And in order to build the building, they have to cut trees. And in order to build the new parking, they have to cut trees. And as a matter of fact, in order to build this replication, they have to cut trees. So there's a lot of tree cutting going on overall. It would be nice, looking at the lot as a whole, if the area could be left in a more natural condition.
And I did have one other question, if you don't
Can
mind.
you confirm that for us, Ned, that there's a permanent conservation restriction on the last 4 acres?
Yes, it was imposed at the same time that the 30-year restriction was imposed. There were several restrictions placed on various portions of the property in 1989 when this project went to town meeting for approval for Building 5.
Ned,
30 years.
is that the site of there's some historical architectural aspect? Am I thinking of the same area, or is that another part of the site?
I'm not aware of any portion of the site.
There's some historic garden features, if I'm
Yeah, there's
recollecting
so
correctly.
Whitney's.
Devin, if you could put your cursor just below the area of Milton Hall, you know, the administration building there, right in there. There was a restriction on further development put in that area.
So you were talking about it's not the same thing.
That's not that same area. If you go down to the bottom of the screen, that area, slightly more than 4 acres, is subject to a permanent conservation restriction.
Okay, and what is the area that you recall what I was talking about the historic garden features? Does that ring a bell to you?
That I think that's up where Knowlton Hall is. If you go back to the administration building, right up in there. I think that's
it was behind some development the last time I walked there with Judith Darrell Kemp years ago. I can't recall either. That's why I was asking the question.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any other portion of that property that has any other type of development on it.
Okay.
I agree with you, Ned, that where the cursor is now, that is that sunken garden. And if you were to go down or south from there over to the road that goes easterly toward Highland Street, that big square area that's just a white blank, that's a patch of woods, tall woods. And it would be nice if that is protected as well. It has been left alone for a long time.
That's right. That was subject to a development restriction, not a conservation restriction, but a development restriction.
I see.
All right. If I could interrupt, and I definitely do not want to cut off debate, but we've got a long agenda and it's 8:45. So I'm going to make two suggestions. One is that we have a site walk. Now, for the public's benefit, the Conservation Commission has been to the replication area, but I suggest it would be appropriate to do a site walk back at the building site. Ned, do you know whether or not that's been staked? I mean, can we see the corners of the building?
We are trying to get them staked before Saturday, at least the corners of the building. We've asked the surveyor to get out and see if he could do that. The wetland flags are out there. You did have a separate site walk there last year when we filed the RDA.
Right.
Not the ANRAD, not the RDA. And so those were flagged and you did approve the wetland delineation. At that point, I think that was mid last year, maybe a year ago, this past spring. But we are trying-
that part I recall distinctly. But I think it's important that we take a look at where the isolated wetland is, and if we could see the building staked in that area, because then the number of trees I think is going to be significant to us.
We've asked the surveyor to get out. We just did ask him yesterday. He's trying to get out before Saturday, at least to stake the corners of the building.
All right, I'm not sure we could make it this Saturday because I haven't even asked anybody. But one of the things that I'd suggest is that our next regular public meeting is going to be December 13th. Steve Ivas does return on December 6th. So the Saturday in between that would be December 10th. And it might be appropriate, given his history with this site, to await his return and do the site visit on Saturday, December 10th.
That would be great from our perspective. We start with the planning board on December 6th. So it would be logical to have a joint site walk with both boards on the 10th.
That'll be great.
All right, that makes sense to me. And I'm not cutting off debate because I haven't even asked for comments or questions from abutters and members of the public, but sticking with the conservation site visit, and hopefully we could do a joint visit with the planning board. Ingrid, that's good for you?
It is.
It's good for me. Todd, how about you?
Yeah, I think it'll be okay for me, John.
Good. Tom Palmer?
Probably okay, yeah.
Wendy? You may be on mute. I can't see you, Wendy. So I think she's still with us.
Sorry, yes, I am.
Oh, good. There you are.
Saturday, December 10th, you
Yes.
said? Yes, that works for me. Thank you.
All right. So 8:30 on site. Did I get everybody? Hans, did I ask you? Hans, I'm sorry.
I'm good.
Good. All right. So we can meet on site. I guess basically we'll meet at Building 5, which is basically the top of the road. And we'll make that a public meeting, so it'll be published. And now let me move on to members of I should start with the butters, but any member of the public. Is there anybody there? With the screen sharing, I can't see hands. So
We can stop the screen share.
Okay, are there any hands, anybody that would like to speak? All right, good. Thanks. And any other, parting questions, comments from commissioners?
I did have one question, John, and I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that, Ned, are you seeking relief under 40B or are you
No.
for the project?
So it is zoning was amended. The D1 zoning district, which authorizes housing for seniors and persons with disability, was amended in May of 2021 to allow this sixth building to be developed. So we're not seeking we need site plan approval and we need Conservation Commission. We're not pursuing 40B or any other form of development.
Thanks, Ned. Jesse Schomer, I see your hand up. Would you like to ask a question or make a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would. Thank you. My name is Attorney Jesse Schomer. As you may know, I represent Comprehensive Land Holdings, which wasn't mentioned tonight, but is a direct abutter of this site with the 648 to 652 Canton Avenue 40B project. And I raised my hand tonight, not in opposition to this project, We're fully in support of affordable housing, whether it's my clients who are proposing it or Attorney Cochran's clients. My concern, and this I'm sure doesn't need to be said, is as this project proceeds before the commission parallel to my client's projects, our interest is just to ensure that the 40B project is not treated differently than this 40A project. As I said, I'm sure that doesn't need to be said before this commission, and I'm sure both projects will be reviewed fairly by this commission. But we'll be watching this with interest and look forward to the hearings of the commission on this. The second point, and I hope this doesn't need to be said, but perhaps it does, we'll be looking out to confirm that the neighbors, some of whom are represented by Attorney Cochran and other counsel, are also treating this project similarly, given that it is literally directly next door and faces a number of the same considerations as the commission is reviewing in that project as well. So it's our hope that the neighbors will be not treating us more or less unfavorably as compared to this project. And with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Schomer, and rest assured that you will be treated with equal fairness and dignity and respect. And let me ask you this, were you on initially, because I did announce that 648, 652 Canton Avenue will be continued until December 13th.
I was, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're also before you tonight on 16 Amore Road and 582 Blue Hill Avenue.
All right, and I should have told the public this as well, but 16 Amore Road is number 4, and we're going to move that. We've got a lot of continuances, so don't worry. But at the request of Phil Cadero, who's at another meeting at this time, we've moved that up to just precede number 12. No, I'm sorry, 13. So we're going to move forward just a little bit at his request. All right. Any other members of the public or abutters that would like to be heard? Hearing none. Thank you very much. This meeting will be continued with the assent of the applicant until December 10th at 8:30 a.m. at Building 5 at 600 Canton Avenue. Thank you very much. Number 2, this is notice of intent 9 Myers Lane. And that is Mr. Corbett, right?
Yes. Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for your patience, sir.
Much more simple. I can show some pictures. This is my first meeting, so I don't. I can try to share screen.
Sean, is he able to share that in screen? Perfect.
There we go. Right.
Yes, you're good.
So this was courtesy of Milton. But as you can see, Milton Avenue. I'm sorry, Myers Lane here. You can see. If you think just to the right of this drawing is Canton Avenue. Not far from what's that?
Robin Street.
Yes, that's right. Gas station. Right. So yeah, thinking Myers Lane here. It's a little bit of a spur off of Myers Lane. You see coming from both Canton and Robbins. But I'm at the end here. It's a small classic Garrison Colonial, and I want to put a 2-car garage, 24 by 24. It's going to have a flat roof with a deck on top.
All right, can I ask you something? I did read the notice of intent, and thank you very much for submitting that. One of the things that we'll need for our record is that we need to have an engineering plan that shows the distance from the brook, because that actually defines our jurisdiction. And the commission is well familiar with the area because we've been out there several times on the new construction at the corner of Myers Lane and Robbins Street.
Yes.
And that was, we're very concerned with the water in that area because when we were out there last, we had an excavation that was filled with water. And that was of some concern to not just us, but certainly to the neighbors as well. So is it possible for you to get an engineering plan that'll give us the distance from the brook to your proposed project?
Yeah, if you need it, I can get that. You know, on the drawing here, you can see there's a tool shed. The brook is actually back along this ridge here. So it's a much different story than that new construction, which is like a foot from the brook. Here we're broadly about 60, but I can understand wanting to get the actual numbers.
I don't think the new construction is that close to the brook, but it was jurisdictional. And the reason we need it for our records is we need to be able to demonstrate that it's within our jurisdiction. So as we're looking at your house,
yep.
Where is it that Myers Lane goes towards Canton Avenue? Can you show us the cursor?
So here we go. So the house is here, driveway. This is really the end of Myers Lane. It's a little bit of a spur, but it'll go down at the end of this drawing, and then it'll come to. It has to go past a couple houses, but then it's Canton Avenue.
And where
So
then
Canton
is Robin Street?
Robin Street. You'll have to go. Just want to pull up a Google map here, but so this Myers Lane, you'll have to go past. There's 13 Myers, and then there's the, I don't know the actual number, and then there was a recent. It's really so the new construction is that first house on Robbins, and then there's 1, 2, 3, about 4 houses for mine, five houses.
And
back quite a ways from there.
And the brook is where?
The brook is this ridge. If you see, there's this tool shed here. the brook is behind it, and it follows. You can see this little bit of a ridge. That's the brook there. And although there's a drainage easement, the brook kind of is behind it over here. So it's following this ridge.
All right, I'm just eyeballing this, and it looks like you're outside of our 25-foot non-disturbance, but that's pretty important to it. So we need to be able to demonstrate that you're certainly within our jurisdiction, but I just want to make sure you're outside of the 25-foot non-disturbance.
Okay, so you want to make sure the brook. You want to make sure the 25 feet is not here.
We need to know where it is and where our jurisdictional line is as well.
Okay.
All right, now you're creating impervious surface.
No.
Do you have a, no, you're not?
So this is really unfortunate. It's a gigantic, they did a lot of paving back in the day. And so all this area is paved. And so the garage is going to go on top of currently paved area. So not creating additional impervious surface. So it's literally going on top of blacktop or asphalt that's right there today.
Are you going to dig through that, break it up, put a footing in or a slab, or do you have a foundation in the garage? What is it?
We got a drawing here. We are going to have to dig down a little bit. What's the best drawing?
You passed it. Go the other way.
I passed it. Okay. The architects had asked for
right there
6 inches. Right. There's the 6 inch of gravel base, and then with replacing the asphalt, obviously with cement to go under the garage.
All right. Todd, any drainage issues on that, given the proximity to the brook?
Well, if you go down 4 feet, you're going to be down 5 feet. It'll be whatever the water table is at that point.
Well, I think the water table is pretty high there because we saw the excavation at the corner of Myers and
I mean, you can set footings in water. It's not a big deal. I mean, he's not going to have a basement, so he's not going to.
Nothing to flood. Okay.
Exactly.
All right, but is it going to push that water somewhere else other than?
Well, it should only be. It's only the footing, which is about 24 inches wide, the perimeter of the building, but the rest of it will be all dirt in the middle.
Got it. Okay. Well, I guess a couple of things. One, can you get us a plan? I mean, I see there's a stamp on there from an engineer, but are these just
no, that's
plans that you bought?
John, that's not a a site engineer. That's a structural engineer.
Got it. All right. So we just need a plan so that you can give us the locus of the project and its proximity to the resource area. And if you can do it relatively quickly, we could probably stop by on the 10th of December.
Okay, yeah, I can get that done. So just, I probably get clarification from someone, I'm kind of new at this, but engineering plan, so engineer, and the main focus is showing that a 25-foot line on this drawing.
Well, you have to show the jurisdiction. It would be, I think that's already a perennial stream there, isn't it, Tom?
Well,
What's that?
Depends on the year.
Can I share my screen just to show you something?
Sure.
I'll show you, can you see what I'm looking at?
No, not yet, Tom.
It's a big green stripe going across the rear of 9 Myers Lane. That green stripe is the 100-year floodplain. And it looks like it covers about 2/3 of the lot. That's a wetland resource area also. I think we need a plan that shows the wetland resource areas.
All right, did you follow that, Dave?
Yes, I probably shouldn't. I mean, I have this. Really, you can't see this, but you want the line showing the approximate flood hazard line, essentially.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah.
I see that a good part of the lot is in that floodplain, and it looks like part of the garage might be as well. And
that's right. There's a tiny little, unfortunate little tiny corner. So I'm
yeah.
open. Obviously, I'm new here, so I don't.
Well, it's just something we need to consider because they're what they call performance standards, depending on what resource areas you might be working in. And that's what we try to apply. So the first thing we want to know is, are there any resource areas on the lot, which is another word for wetlands? And we like to have those mapped on a plan so that we can compare the proposed work with the resource areas. I think John was saying this also.
Yeah, you need a surveyor and an engineer.
I think, you can build in the floodplain, provided you can make the argument that you won't worsen flooding for anybody else. That's one of the criteria. And it might be, I know in Quincy, where they have issues with ocean flooding, if you want to build a garage in jurisdiction, sometimes they say, all right, but you have to put these panels in that can blow out if the storm waves come. That's the sort of thing that is considered in floodplains. But this is a small structure, and I don't know, it looks like it ought to be buildable to me.
All right, did you follow all that, Mr. Corbett?
So I'm kind of building my notes here. I'm hearing survey engineering plan. I'm still thinking you want the line that shows the 25-foot from the brook. And we also want to make sure we're seeing the approximate flood zone, which,
yes.
Yeah, okay. Approximate flood zone and a 25-foot line to show that it's clearly not in the 25-foot.
Correct. And
okay.
You'll need 100-foot. It's easy. I mean, they can just measure it out. It's done by a computer program. So they can measure 100 feet from the top of bank. They can measure 25 feet from the top of bank, and they can actually delineate where the floodplain is.
Okay, 3 things: 25-foot line, 100-foot, and the floodplain.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And Tom, did you answer my question? I think that's perennial, isn't it?
I don't know, but I think if we don't know, we shouldn't call it intermittent.
Oh no, we try never to do that, but it won't matter because it appears to me that he's within 100 feet anyway, so it's not an issue.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so Mr. Corbett, then the 100 feet would be sufficient for our purposes.
We don't need the 25, just the 100 foot.
No, I'm sorry. What we were talking about, and to translate it, if it's perennial, it's a 200-foot mark. If it's intermittent, it's a 100-foot mark. And then the 25 feet we require anyway. What I was
Okay.
suggesting is just give us the 25 and the 100, and you don't have to put in the 200 because we're going to be able to see the 100 feet anyway.
Yep.
All right. And it really should not be an issue as to whether or not it's perennial or intermittent.
Okay. 25, 100 in floodplain. And
Yes.
I'll work with them.
All right.
Kathy Bowen.
And can we, yes, talk to Kathy. And can we see you on Saturday morning? And we'll probably spend maybe an hour at 600 Canton Avenue. So we're not very far away. So we probably get to your house at about 9:30.
Saturday, 9:30. Sorry, what date was it? December
10th.
December 10th. Absolutely. So around 9:30.
Trout Brook is
December 10th.
perennial.
Yes. What's that? USGS is
On the USGS, Trout Brook is perennial.
perennial. I thought it was, right. Okay.
It doesn't change.
Anecdotally, I
anything that
can
we've
tell
asked of
you, it dries up periodically, especially during that drought.
Yep. A lot of stuff did during the drought. It doesn't change anything we've asked of you, just to confirm. So,
All right, good. Thanks, Hans. All right, David, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I should ask first, are there any abutters, members of the public that would like to be heard? Ask a question, make a comment? Hearing none. Any further questions from commissioners? Hearing none. We'll see you, Mr. Corbett, on Saturday, the 10th of December at 9:30 at your house.
Excellent. See you
Great.
then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next on the agenda is number 3, notice of intent, 370 Hillside Street. Do we have an applicant? What is this? We should have an applicant. This is notice of intent. And we have from Cheney Engineering. How about Adrian Rappy from Cheney Engineering LLC? Any representatives?
Hi, everyone.
Hi, there you are.
Sorry, we got disconnected.
Okay, thanks.
Ardi Rapi with Cheney Engineering, and I believe one of the team from the architect guys will be here. But let me start. Can I share the screen, guys?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So
you have to blow that up a little bit, though. That's pretty small print.
I'll simplify it. Okay. So the subject site consists of 2.76 acres parcel located on southerly side of hillside. The site has an existing driveway, existing houses, existing swimming pool with landscaping and pool patio, the existing deck and landscaping all around. Deb Anderson went on the site and she delineated the wetlands. We have an intermittent brook. It's more than 100 feet away from the site. The existing patio is 41 patio for the pool is 41 feet away from the wetlands. The purpose of why we are in front of you is because the homeowner would like to build a new swimming pool with the associated patio and remove this deck and reconfigure the deck on the back of the house. I'll show you the proposed work. I have superimposed the proposed work regarding the the new swimming pool. So as you can see, the swimming pool that is there now, it's in blue. We have moved the swimming pool further away. There is no work that is being proposed within 25 foot of the wetlands. Erosion control barrier is proposed as far away from the 25 foot as possible. There is existing pool equipment that are very close to the 25 foot buffer, and we have proposed to relocate those the pool equipment further away from the wetlands. There is as part of this new project, we're going to be putting a pavilion, and the proposed roof covered pavilion is 19 by 27. The setback from the roof of the pavilion to the wetlands will be 37 feet. All work that is being proposed is on already disturbed land. It's all lawn on this area in here. In order to mitigate for the runoff, we have proposed a 300-gallon precast dry well with 2 feet of surrounded stone. So the idea would be part of the runoff from the pavilion will be picked up from this channel, and then from there go to the dry well, and the same thing for the yard drain. We'll pick up some of the surface water and put it into that 300-gallon dry well. We have shown on the plan for the calculations for the impervious areas within 100 feet of the wetlands, and what we are increasing is going to be, we are providing 42 cubic feet of storage compared to 19 that would be required. I did run it by the engineering department for the town, and there was no problem. I have an email confirming that he didn't see an issue with that. All the work that we have been proposing, we are keeping the fence as it is. Here is the proposed deck 25 by 24 that we are relocating. So some landscaping that we are proposing on the surface. And as far as the elevation for the swimming pool, we are putting at elevation 183.2 compared to, for visual purposes, you want to look at the patio that is at elevation 183.5 now. So we're going to be probably like a couple of tenths lower than what the existing patio is there now. This area that we are proposing, that is currently impervious, we have proposed and provided a plan with a New England wetland plants and seed mix for this area in here, and whatever is going to be disturbed from the erosion control barrier going to the right hand side. What else we have? The wetlands are marked from A1 to A16. There are more wetlands that impact this side that are at the other side, but they are further away. It's not that close. There is a drainage that is down on hillside, but they would not have an impact on what it is that we're proposing. So we are trying to keep the work at a minimum on the backside. And we made sure to stay more than 25 feet away from the wetlands as much as possible. I tried to be as fast as I could, so if you guys have any questions, feel free.
All right, that's great. Thank you for your presentation. First question, what is is there a net increase in impervious surface?
Second. So the existing impervious, on the plan, we have shown that the existing impervious area within a 100-foot buffer is 6,006 square feet. The proposed impervious area within a 100-foot buffer is 6,226 square feet. So the additional increase is 221 square feet.
And the calculations of the increase fit your 300-gallon dry well?
That's what we have shown. I'll share it again so you can see it.
Now, I saw where it is. Do the calculations,
Yes.
is the 300 gallons sufficient to accommodate the net increase?
Yeah,
of
if you
221 square feet.
yeah, if you look on the screen, I have zoomed it out. So the proposed so we are proposing a 42 cubic feet of volume storage. The increase will require 19 cubic feet required. So we are almost double it as far as capacity wise for the 1 inch of runoff.
All right, that was my first question. Second one is you mentioned an intermittent stream. I'm not sure we would object to just declaring it an intermittent stream. It is because it may affect another project we have. I'm having difficulty in my mind visualizing this, but you're in an area that is very, very sensitive. It's the headwaters of Pine Tree Brook.
Yep.
It is very close to you. And I don't know if that brook there is part of Pine Tree Brook or part of the headwaters, or I'm not sure what it is. And it probably won't matter whether or not it's, if you're within 100 feet or 200 feet.
If you look at the letter that Deb wrote, the wetlands specialist, she didn't feel that will have an impact, and we were more than 100 feet away from. That's why she didn't delineate the brook. So if you want to call it a brook, that's still fine. But on the GIS maps, is shown as intermittent. That's all I'm saying.
It's shown not as perennial. You mean?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. That's not the case for the USGS maps. Where
So,
there is a blue
is
line.
USGS maps designated as?
So it's
Got a
my
blue line.
yes, but the blue it is blue line, but it's a faded blue line. It's not the heavy blue line that shows it is a perennial stream.
I think we shouldn't call it intermittent until we're persuaded that it is.
You're right. I mean, I don't want that on an approved plan.
Which is fine. I haven't called it intermittent. I just said approximate location. So however you want to give the approval, that's fine. We're not going to argue about how the designation of the brook on someone else's property.
All right. My last question is, we will need the pool specifications because I'm assuming that this is a cartridge filter and it is a closed system. Am I correct?
Yep, that's correct. And we can certainly provide, usually we provide, my understanding is that in order to get the permit, they will file with Board of Health and they will provide the cartridge filter sizing to the Board of Health as part of getting the permit. But if it is that you would like to get
no, we require it.
Okay, we'll make sure to provide it. Yes, that's not a problem. If you want to give us we would greatly appreciate it if you make the approval conditional that the cartridge filter sizing be provided by the pool company. We'll be happy to do that.
Fair enough. I think those were all of my questions. Commissioners, any questions?
Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? We'll need to take a look at the line that's been designated. So I suggest we put this number 3 on the list for December 10th to verify the wetland lines. All right, so that would probably be, I don't think we'll be very long at I was going to say Robin Street. It's actually Myers Lane. So why don't we say 10 o'clock at 370 Hillside? All right, commissioners?
Okay.
Is that all right, Mr. Rappy?
Yes. Yep.
You can be there? Perfect.
Yep.
And we'll see you on site at approximately 10 a.m. on Saturday, December 10th. All right? Now, before we close off, are there butters or members of the public that would like to ask a question or make a comment? Hearing none, we'll adjourn this until, that'll be a public meeting when we meet at your house. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Chairman. Quick question.
Yes.
Is it so? Is the practice of this commission, because I haven't been in front of you before, that without verifying the line, you would not consider giving the approval?
You are correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, Wendy, did you have a thought, question? No? Okay, all right. All right, thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Guppy. We'll
Appreciate
go to the next agenda item, which is, oh, we're moving that one. So it's number 5, request for extension of order of conditions at 1672 to 1726 Canton Avenue. To whom do we have the pleasure of welcoming this one? This is an extension of an order of conditions. I don't think it would be an issue, but we need somebody to.
Hi, Peter Crabtree with Northland.
Great, Peter. Welcome.
I had seen Jack Dolly on the screen, so I thought he was going to stay on and speak up, but I'm glad to answer any questions that you have.
Can you just tell us what your request is and where you are in the process? The commission knows pretty much the history of the project, but the public may not.
Oh, okay. This is for the 54 unit over 55 community we're developing on Canton Ave. And currently we're about a third of the way through the project. As it pertains to the Conservation Commission, we have done most of the site work up to the first crossing over the brook. And we propose to do that at some point next year. And believe it or not, the 3 years will be up in January, I think it is. So that's why we're before you tonight to extend the order of conditions.
And are you asking for 1, 2, or 3 years of an extension?
We'd like to extend it out for 3 years if the commission sees that that is a reasonable request.
I think in our history, the only reason that we would not do that is if we were concerned that that it was actually going to get done. But I know that you've been up and running for quite a while now, and we've seen progress as we drive by. Does anybody have any concerns with the number of years to extend this? Members of the commission? All right. Are there abutters or members of the public that would like to ask a question or make a comment? Hearing none, are there any concerns that commission members have? And if not, then I would entertain a motion to extend the order of conditions for a period of 3 years at the request of the applicant.
I will second that motion.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right, Todd, thank you very much. Any discussion among the commission members? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. It's by person. Hans, how do you vote?
Yes.
Wendy, how do you vote? I can't hear you. You're on mute. You're still on mute. There you go.
I vote yes.
Thank you very much. Todd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Tom, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ingrid, how do you vote?
Aye.
And John Kieran, I vote yes as well. Okay, unanimous. You have your 3-year extension on the order conditions. Peter, thank you very much. And Jack, I did see you joined later, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, next on the agenda, we go to this is certificate of compliance at 1424 Canton Avenue.
Hey there, Mr. Kiernan. My name is Dylan Lammers. I'm from the civil engineering firm Semiotis Consultants, representing historic New England of the Eustis Estates property at 1424 Canton Ave. Last year, we had attended this meeting, and it was Steve Ivis's and the commission's decision that we would attend this meeting a year later because we had a rain garden, and it was requested that the plantings at the rain garden have 2 years, 2 growing seasons of establishment before the certificate of compliance would be considered. So just circling back on that.
I recall that. Does anybody want to take a look? I'm sure it's great shape. I'd love to see it. and we're going to be out and about on December 10th. It's just a drive-by. If anybody has an interest in doing that. I'm sorry, let me hold you just a minute if I can.
Yes.
And that is, I'm looking for a letter in the packet that says substantial compliance has been attained and all that. Do you have that letter?
I believe we have a letter just certifying that everything was built within the requirements.
Here it is. I've got it
Yeah.
in my hand. Okay, this comes from Stephen Garvin.
Yes, that's he's with our firm.
The installed rain garden was observed in its completed condition on 11/3/2021, and the as-built survey was performed on 11/17/21. Based on the site visit and as-built survey, the rain garden was confirmed to be installed within the acceptable tolerances of the approved design modifications. There were other issues. There was the placement of the driveway, the curb cut, and all of that. But the letter is exactly what we need. The only problem is it's a year out of date, and the survival is for 2 years. I don't think there's any issue, but I'd actually like to see the rain garden. Is there any time on this? I'm sorry, I can't see your name.
Oh, it's Dylan Lammers, Dillon. I wish I had it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any time pressure on this? I don't want to hold you up. I'm sure you've done a fabulous job, and I drive by there often enough to know that it certainly looks good, but I can't say that with respect to the rain garden. And I'd love to take a look at it. Does anybody have any? My question to you then, Dylan, is this: is there any time pressure on you, or could you wait until the 10th of December?
Yeah, I don't think there's any issue with us waiting until the 10th. Would you like me to be on site or have somebody from the property meet you guys out there?
Oh, it'd be great if you could. Yeah. I don't want to create an expense for them because I know that, yeah, I'm sure your time is very valuable.
No, it's no big deal.
It would be great if you could be there, and we could probably be there somewhere around 10:30.
Yes, on the 10th.
And we won't be there long, I'm sure. That would be perfect. Now that way we could dot the I's and cross the T's and have the pleasure of looking at the rain garden.
Okay, perfect.
All right, good. Thanks, Dylan. We'll continue that one until December 10th. Thank you very much.
And then I'm sorry, just to clarify. So then we'll be on the next meeting to get that.
Yeah, we can vote there. That's a public meeting. We'll vote right there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
Take care.
Hey, you do. Next is 7. That's been continued. Next is 8. Notice of 1034 Milton Hill Road. This is a continuation.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Ned Corcoran on behalf of J.D. Wild, who's the owner of the property at 34 Milton Hill Road. We're joined by Jim DeSalle, engineer for the project, and Mike D'Angelo, the landscape architect. We had an initial hearing. There was a site walk a couple of weeks ago, and there were issues about what was the appropriate planting plan, tree replacement issue. Jim and Mike have prepared a plan with a set of requirements that we've submitted that we think is compliant with the commission's current understanding of its tree replacement requirements. And so I'd hand it to Jim DeSalle to walk you through that.
Thanks, Ned, very much.
Jim DeSalle, excuse me, DeSalle Burke Sala. The original landscaping plan we submitted is the one we're sticking with. What I did after the site walk is put together just a list of what is being cut down and how we are planning on putting the plantings back together and how the numbers add up. If I can share my screen, I can show you the list that I put together.
That would be great, Jim. Thank you.
So. Can everyone see that?
You're hard to hear, Jim.
Can everyone see that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So the tree removal in the area, within the buffer, these are the trees that we are taking down. So the total cut was 150 inches. And in the original landscape plan that Mike did, we're replacing 120 inches, inch for inch. And then we're putting in approximately 117 shrubs that are the 2 to 3 that were on the original list that we had. So, you know, we feel that the 117 divided by 6 would give you 19 and a half shrubs per tree to replace 6-inch trees that weren't accounted for in the inch for inch plan that we had. And I think that we meet the requirement for tree replacement. And I believe, John, you looked at this, and I'm not sure if anyone had any other.
I did, and for the commission members, I had a conversation with Ned Cochran about this, and so I had to check my math on that because I didn't really understand the last line, but we're missing 30 inches of replacement because we had 150 inches of circumference to be, or diameter to be replaced. And again, as long as you're consistent, it doesn't matter if you're using diameter at breast height or circumference at breast height, as long as you're consistent. So we had 150 replace. We had 30 inches to replace. And if my ease of reference is if you had 10 3-inch trees, that is 3-inch caliper, that's 10 trees to get the 30 inches. And what we've got here is we've got 19 trees. That's so that last line actually demonstrates. I didn't understand the last line when I read it, but we're talking about 117 shrubs. You divide that by 6 because our performance standard was 6 shrubs equals 1 replacement tree. So that comes out to 19 trees. And we're only looking for essentially 10 3-inch trees. So there's a net benefit to the resources that we protect. Now, I had a chance to go over that math before, so if anybody wants to do it themselves slowly or have me try it again, other questions from the Conservation Commission members? I don't hear any. Does everybody understand? Or does no one understand what I just said about my mathematics here? Again, we're trying to make up 30 inches of diameter to be replaced, which would be 10 3-inch caliper or diameter trees. And the 117 shrubs divided by 6 equals 19 trees, which is we're on a net benefit of 9 trees over the 10 3-inch trees. And as I understand it, Jim, you'll have to help me on this one, but the 19 trees that we've got, they're all at least 3 inches caliper, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Well,
and that was my understanding.
I take that back. Some of the ornamental, which are 3 and 4 stems, we're considering each stem about 1 inch.
Yes, but in total, that would be
they end up being a 3-inch tree. Because I'm not sure if you understand what I'm saying, but
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
But some of the other commissions might not, because I've gone through this with Ned.
I know what he means, John.
John, do you understand? Todd, do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to ensure that the replacement plan fit with our performance standard for replacing trees that are removed. I believe it does, but I want to make sure everybody's comfortable. Todd, you said you are. Tom Palmer, are you comfortable with it?
Why did you multiply by 6?
I'm dividing by 6.
I divided by 6.
Why did you do that?
because we have our performance standard has been for, I don't know, a couple of decades at least, if not 3 decades, has been that a replacement tree is the functional equivalent of 6 shrubs. That is 1 tree. Remember we had the 3-to-1 ratio for replacement?
Yeah.
That was before we shifted to the DBH total. It was 3-to-1, and each tree of the 3 could be replaced by 6 shrubs. So if 1 tree comes down, it would be 18 shrubs. Or
I
got it. That's why I divided by 6 to get 19. All we needed was 10 3-inch trees instead of 19. So we're on the plus side for the Conservation Commission. I can't see Wendy and I can't see Ingrid and I can't see Hans. Any questions or thoughts?
I'm okay.
You okay, Wendy?
That's Ingrid. Ingrid.
I know that. And thank you very much, Ingrid.
Oh, both of us simultaneously.
And this is Wendy, and I'm also okay with the calculation.
Okay, Hans? Okay. He said thumbs up. That's an okay as well. So
Yes, I'm okay with it.
we're okay on the tree replacement, at least in terms of the mathematical calculations. I'll defer to all of you actually in terms of whether or not the trees are appropriate and native. There was, I think, 1 exception on native, but that was replaced. Am I correct? I think we're good on the native replacements, correct? Wendy, Ingrid? I think we went through this when we were on site last month.
I was not present for that site walk, and I have only the present package, so I don't have the list, which was in the previous package. But if they're native, I'm okay.
I'm looking at the list because it's the second page of this insert we got for this submission. And I would agree that they're mostly native. They're not all native, but this is a landscaping plan. I don't really think we need to have everything be native. And what isn't it? Yeah, what isn't native here? American yellowwoods from Kentucky, not from Massachusetts. Inkberry holly, that is native in Braintree, but not in Milton. So it's getting pretty fine there.
Oh, that's like my Norway maple's been here for 300 years and it's still not native.
Did they get cut off by Route 128?
For native inkberry,
Question.
you need an acid
Make it through the Braintree split.
And acid swamps are getting scarce because so many wetlands have road runoff that they get concrete and lime in them. So a real boggy cranberry type swamp is hard to find. And that's what they like. But they're planted in the parking lot at Super Liquors on Truman Parkway, and they're doing fine.
Therefore, is everybody comfortable with the plant species selection?
Yes.
Ingrid's yes, Wendy's yes,
Yes.
Todd yes,
Yes.
Hans? Yes, okay, and I am as well. All right, what other issues do we still have open?
Did you vote to approve issue an order of conditions?
No, we didn't. These were open issues for us.
This was an open issue, right?
Correct.
I think this was the only one, but it may perhaps not.
Well, yeah, that was what I just asked, as to whether or not there are any other open conditions. I'm not aware of any. I think this was the only thing left after our site walk from last month. Well, if there are there any questions or comments from abutters? I don't see any hands raised. Members of the public? No further questions. Then do we have I would entertain a motion to issue the order of conditions along with our regular boilerplate conditions. And JD, for your benefit, our boilerplate conditions are basically you can't store overnight within our jurisdiction equipment that has, gasoline, petroleum powered, hydraulic systems, and you can't refuel. within our jurisdiction. That's what I mean by the boilerplate conditions. There's nothing particularly shocking about them. And I think we did, we went through where the line was. We did approve the line, or at least we didn't vote on it, I think, but we did have an opportunity to view it, and it seemed to be appropriate to my view. And I think everybody else there that saw it felt it was appropriate as well. And I don't think there were any other issues. We did have one line that had to be moved, Jim. I think you're aware of it at the top of the driveway.
One stake,
stake in the middle of the driveway that had to be moved.
Yep.
But it just make sure that moved stake is on the plan, because we don't want to issue an approved plan that wasn't actually.
The plan was right. The stake was reset.
Got it. I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I think, Tom, you were right. You were right there. I went up and pointed out that stake, and I think you saw it as well.
I just like to make one comment. I think the reason this plan is easy to approve is because all the work has been held out of the resource areas, nearly all of it, and yet the lot has a lot of resource areas on it. So I expect we might get another plan down the road for work in those resource areas, but that's not what this plan is.
I don't know what that other
well,
anticipated plan would be.
If you want to reach the river, this lot is on the river, and it's got remnants of access facilities to use the river. It's got a filled old bulkhead, and it's got a pier on metal supports that's coming apart. And
I think the pier. I don't think the pier is part of it.
Actually on abutting property. Those facilities
okay.
on
right.
abutting.
We actually had
94s.
We had two agenda items when we were on site, Tom, and one was 90 Forbes and one was 34 Milton Hill. They were actually separate site walks.
Well, all I'm saying is that eventually this owner may want to get down to the water with some kind of landscaping, but that's not part of this plan. And that's why I don't have any problem with it. I think we would have to look at the sensitive areas along the river's edge if that next plan comes along.
All right. And the only thing I could suggest is that the landscape area that we did have a chance to see where it will, shift from the landscaped area to the, what's essentially the wild area. I would like to see a restriction of the use of fertilizer in that area. And it did look like that it looked like awfully green grass in certain areas. And so I'd like to have the low nitrogen variety fertilizer used as one of the conditions on the landscape side within our jurisdiction, that is, where it meets the wilder section. Any thoughts on that, especially Tom Palmer?
That seems reasonable. I'm not an expert on how easily fertilizers get off lawns and into resource areas, but certainly it's steep there. And there is a buffer that will absorb some of those, I think, materials, but I would agree that you're probably going to get some improvement if you add that condition.
All right, Wendy, do you have any thoughts on that?
I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
John?
Yes.
John, I've got a question. How do we monitor or keep tabs on that? And the reason I ask is I'm up here in Vermont at the moment, and I've spent the summer monitoring our Lake Maury, and we had a horrific cyanobacteria bloom that was persistent and lasted even when the temperatures dropped to where you wouldn't expect it to persist. And that is directly related to runoff from lawn fertilizers in the area. So how this is just a question, if we make that a condition, how in fact do we keep tabs on that?
I think you've asked like a hypothetical question and a practical question. Practically speaking, we can't. I mean, we don't have the administrative horsepower to go around. I don't know how to do it anyway. We'd have to have a chemist run around and test the lawn. Yeah, but you can usually spot a pretty green lawn. I forget where we were. I made a
suppose you're right.
on Canton Avenue somewhere recently. It was real green.
No, mine's not.
Mine's not either. So you can figure it out that way. But I think the real answer to your question, it depends upon the goodwill of the applicant or the homeowner. Okay. Right, Mr. Wild?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you guys meeting on this and discussing with us, and we will honor whatever conditions you put in the approval.
Thank you so much.
Good response. Thank you very much for that. Any other thoughts or questions, either from commission members, abutters, or members of the public? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the order of conditions with our boilerplate plus the low nitrogen fertilizer and the manicured land?
Yep.
Ingrid,
So
you did so move. So move. Thank you, Ingrid. Second?
All right, Tom.
Todd, thank you very much. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ingrid, how do you vote?
Aye.
Tom Palmer, how do you vote?
Yay.
Todd Hamilton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Wendy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Hans, how do you vote?
Yes.
And I, John Kieran, I vote yes as well. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Mr. Wild and company, you have your order conditions.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all.
Much.
All right. Next on the agenda is, that was number 8, 9, 10, and 11 have been continued. Number 12 has been continued. That's 648 to 652 Canton Avenue. That brings us to number 13, which is notice of intent at 582 Blue Hill Avenue.
Mr. Chair, Phil Cordero from Allen and Major. I'm sorry, in terms of the order, did you want to do Amore first, or did you want to do the Blue Hill Ave?
I'm sorry. I was just going from my sheet of paper, my cheat sheet. No, you're right.
Problem.
16 Amore is first. Thank you, Phil.
Okay, no problem at all.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, again, this is Attorney Jesse Schomer. I represent Comprehensive Land Holdings. If I may, I'd like to just give a brief overview of this project before turning it over to Phil for his presentation on this notice of intent.
And that would be great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If I may, I'll go ahead and share my screen real briefly, and I'll keep my remarks very brief since we're well into the evening already. I put up on the screen, if you all can see this, a Google Street View image of the project site. This is located at 16 Amore Road, at the intersection of Amore Road, Brush Hill Road, and Truman Parkway. As you can see here, the property in question is shown here. It's developed with a single family house. It's about 1 acre in area, and a substantial portion of it is cleared for the lawn around the house here. There's a wooded portion at the front of the site here, which is in varying condition. And we're here before you tonight, commissioners, because the property in question, a portion of it located downhill here, is located within 200 feet of the Neponset River. So if you're wondering where on this image the Neponset River is located, we'll have to scroll significantly down here through this sea of pavement here, which is Truman Parkway across all 4 lanes of traffic. Across the bike lane and the Neponset River is down in this area here. So as you can see, it's the majority of the site is located outside of the riverfront area. It's just this front portion here, and it is located a significant distance away from the river and separated by a 4-lane highway, as you can see there. I'll just switch over here now to show you what the project that we're proposing is. This is the proposed...
Jesse, could I hold you for a minute? Am I correct? Sure. It's 149 feet from the top of bank?
I'll have to ask Phil to confirm the exact number.
Yeah, that's it. We'll talk about it, Mr. Chairman. I'll get into some of the detailed numbers in just a moment. But
okay,
yes,
good.
149 will come up.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. So, Mr. Chair, this is an aerial rendering of the project site here as it's proposed to be developed. It's a total of 16 residential units. There's 4-bedroom duplexes at the front of the site here. There's a single entrance which accesses the entirety of the project. The remaining 12 apartments are located along the back here. Just go to an overhead plan view. As you can see here, townhouse style units across the rear of the site in a configuration of 5 and 7, and then the 2 duplex units up front here, parking throughout the site here. There's a garbage enclosure here. As you see on the site, there's a number of areas that are shown in this orange shading here. That's all pervious pavement. So we're showing some patios back here behind the buildings, all pervious here as well as an outdoor amenity space that I'll show in a little bit greater detail in just one moment. The next slide here, this is the planting plan. There's a significant number of native plants that are proposed around this site. As we zoom in here, this is the area in question that we'll be discussing tonight, located in the riverfront area here. The 2 large trees which we're showing here, and Phil will get into this in some greater detail, at the 2 corners of the site. These are our tree protection zones. So these are existing trees that will be protected from construction impacts and not touched for the development of this project. Over to the side here are some images of some of the proposed trees around the site in this area. Going to the next slide, Mr. Chair, this is the proposed outdoor amenity space. You'll see, again, this is pervious pavement. We're showing a fire pit here, some seating for residents, area for lawn games and things of that nature, hammocks, just some nice outdoor spaces for the residents to gather this portion of the site here away from the busy highway down at the bottom of the hill there. Next, one of the focuses that the zoning board asked us to apply for this project is an emphasis on bike transit, and that's, I think, speaks to a different form of conservation than we're here before you tonight. But that's one of the focuses of this project, given its proximity to public transport with the proximity to the Mattapan line and BTA commuter rail stations. So this here, Mr. Chair, this is all covered, secured bicycle parking for residents. There's some guest bicycle parking. There's a bike fix-it station here. And this is all, again, impervious pavement here to reduce the amount of runoff coming out of the site. These are just some additional images of what the pervious pavement is proposed to look like. Some additional images of the proposed plantings, some flowering trees and shrubs, some drought-tolerant native plants, again, the pervious pavement, and this is all plantings around these 2 front buildings here. I'll just zip through these final slides and show you. This is the tree protection plan that's proposed for the site. This is a surveyed tree here, as are these here. These shaded zones will be protected during construction with construction fencing and signage to ensure that these trees are protected and survive the construction process. These trees that we're showing here, these are actually off-site trees that the zoning board and its peer review consultant requested that the development team survey to ensure protection of these trees here. The property line is shown here, and these are all trees that are on neighboring properties that are slated for protection. So I'll stop my share, Mr. Chair, and just to give you just a real brief background for what the permitting of this project was. This was before the Zoning Board of Appeals from the course of, I believe, roughly 8 months. There were 10 hearings before the Zoning Board of Appeals between January and August. After those 10 hearings, during which there was a robust peer review process that was conducted by Tetra Tech for the benefit of the board, the Zoning Board of Appeals voted to close the hearing. They held 3 sessions to deliberate on conditions of approval of the project, and they ultimately did vote to approve the project unanimously by a decision that was filed with the town clerk last month. The decision itself is roughly 40 pages. It contains an extensive number of conditions that deal with all manners of project impacts, including stormwater management and wetlands impacts. And because, as you know, Mr. Chair, this is a project that was proposed under Chapter 40B, the nature of that process is such that the Zoning Board of Appeals is designated as the permitting authority for all local permits, including all zoning permits, site plan review, and approval under the local Wetlands Protection Bylaw. So the approval by the Zoning Board of Appeals was an approval of this project under the town's local wetlands protection bylaw. And so what we're here tonight to discuss with you, Mr. Chair, is the notice of intent that was filed under the State Wetlands Act only. And that's what Phil will go into the technical details and answer any questions you may have about this project. But I'll pause there if I may, Mr. Chair, and if you have any questions for me. And if not, I'll go straight to Phil.
I'm good. Any questions from commissioners before we go to Phil? Phil, you're on. You're still muted though, Phil.
Muted. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was sort of lamenting that Jesse stole the thunder with all the pretty pictures and I get to do some of the boring calculations, but that's okay. With your permission, I'll share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So this screen share is just redundant to what Jesse had shared with you all just a few moments ago. What you're looking at is the grading and drainage plan that is part of the notice of intent application because it really shows the breadth of what the project has, where it'll be located, and how everything is mitigated. For frame of reference on the plan, I will highlight for the benefit of the commission, the Neponset River is located approximately here, which projects the 200-foot riverfront zone approximately here. The number that was referenced by Mr. Chairman during the introduction, about 149 feet, that is representative of this distance. So to the property line, it is nearly 150 feet. So it's 149 to be exact from that river line to the property line. So we're looking at a maximum distance of approximately 50 feet of extension of the riverfront buffer zone onto the subject property, which, as Jesse pointed out, is bifurcated by Brush Hill Road, by the Parkway, by 4 lanes of traffic, the multimodal bike path, etc. On site, this area that we have, excuse me, this area here represents approximately 7,108 square feet, which is the riverfront buffer zone that we have on the property. It is permittable by the approving authority, which in this case is the Milton Conservation Commission, under 310 CMR 1058 D1, that if there are no adverse impacts to the resource area, i.e. the riverfront, you can permit alteration of up to 5,000 square feet or 10% of the riverfront area on site, whichever is greater. So in this application, we're asking for permission to alter and construct within just shy of the 5,000 permissible square feet at a number of 4,994 square feet. Within that area would be the construction of a portion of townhome units 1 through 5 and a portion of the southwest, or excuse me, the northwest duplex in the page bottom left corner, and a small portion of our driving area, driving surface would be located within there. It's approximately 3,261 square feet of impervious surface will be within there. The remainder of that would be landscaped area, lawn area, or pervious patio, or as Jesse noted, these specific areas here on both edges of the site are part of the tree protection plan that will not be altered. We do not need to grade within them. Simply, we are proposing a connection to Brush Hill Road by means of a staircase, a graded staircase that will allow pedestrians to access the sidewalk that exists along the street. But other than that, the existing vegetation along the frontage of Brush Hill Road would remain intact and protected during construction with the tree protection plan that Jesse had pointed out. We do have, as part of the information, just switch my screens here, forgive me, is the landscaping plan, which Jesse had popped up on the screen. The red dashed line is the approximation of where that equivalent 200-foot riverfront buffer line is. This plan can give you a better feel for what actually exists within that buffer zone. The shaded darkened blue is the roof surfaces of the townhomes on the page top portion of the screen. and a small portion of the duplex roof on the page bottom portion of the screen with the traveled way and the parking area in between for parked surfaces. The entirety of the site is handled with subsurface drainage. We have 2 subsurface drainage fields that are predominantly located outside of the riverfront area, and they contain or can control up to the 100-year storm event. So all water is contained within those stormwater systems to make sure that all of the recharge is properly accounted for and all of the runoff created by this project is properly mitigated. What happens under existing conditions presently is the site, the undeveloped portion of the site generally flows towards Brush Hill Road in this uncontrolled fashion through the greenscape of behind the lawn of the existing single family home and flows out to Brush Hill Road. Under proposed conditions, we will encapsulate everything within this footprint. I'm drawing it very quickly and very crudely, so forgive me on that. Everything within this blue footprint will be fully encapsulated, fully controlled, fully treated in accordance with the stormwater management standards and the best management practices with deep sump hooded catch basins, water quality treatment devices, and then subsurface recharge and retention below the parking field. So there is no controlled runoff. There is no release of runoff in any storm event under a 100-year event. Only in emergency conditions will water come out of these systems, and they will come out through the catch basins that we have located at the low points on the site. So it really is a situation where all of the redevelopment, if you will, from the single family home to the multifamily site that you see here is absolutely mitigated across the entirety of the site with no runoff potential. Anywhere around the perimeter of the site where we do have some remaining runoff, specifically page north, we do have a swale of grassed area behind the townhomes that will continue to run out to Brush Hill Road, but in water quality, volume, and peak rate of runoff, those are both greatly reduced by the encapsulation of everything that you see in that blue area. As part of an application for anything within a riverfront, we do want to support to the commission that we've considered the alternatives. We've considered things that would be less adverse, if you will, to development within the riverfront. So the first and foremost, the easiest one to purport to the commission is the do nothing alternative, the status quo alternative. Yes, it is less intensive because it's a single family home. But there is no runoff control on the property. There is simply the vegetative-based runoff. But what happens in the alternative one with the no build condition is we really are underutilizing the property in terms of being able to provide any affordable units to the town of Milton, which is supported by the issuance of the comprehensive permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals. So there is an inherent benefit to development here as overseen by the zoning board that precludes the do nothing alternative. Alternative 2, which is graphically shown on the screen here, is a similarly based site plan to what I've just provided to you. It has multiple single family homes detached on the bottom, townhomes on the plan top, with a central spine driveway that ultimately is intended to connect to Brush Hill Road. Obviously, this has much larger impact for work within the riverfront, specifically the creation of additional impervious area generally in here through correspondence and peer review and workshop with the Zoning Board of Appeals, the fire department, etc. This alternative was deemed less practical from an operational standpoint, but is also less practical from a riverfront redevelopment standpoint because of the amount of impervious connection that it creates here. So the third alternative is the one that is preferred by us, and we've provided in the application, which ensures that we can have a development that properly reflects minimization of work within the riverfront only to the extent necessary, and where we do have work within the riverfront, we've properly mitigated it. So where there's impervious surface within the riverfront that is fully and wholly mitigated with on-site drainage areas, where we have alteration to graded areas, we've provided appropriate landscaping, and we can talk about the species selections in greater detail. And then clearly the avoidance that Jesse alluded to during his introduction in terms of the treed areas along Brush Hill Road that are to be protected and not altered in any way. This really was, as is the case with some of these 40B applications, a long workshopped collaborative process to really get to the right project. And while we do have work within resource area buffers within the riverfront, we feel, it is our opinion as stated in the application, that we can construct this project with no adverse impact, which can allow the commission to grant approval of this application and this work under the Wetlands Protection Act and the provisions under 1058 subsection D, subsection 1 for the riverfront zone. So that's my summary. I don't have the pretty graphics, like I said, from Jesse, but I can get into a little more of the weeds should any member of the commission have any questions on the application.
I had a couple, Phil. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I did read the written presentation that's in our folder, and I had two questions. One is that Jesse had showed us some photographs of the existing conditions, and there's a single-family home there and some trees. I presume those trees are coming down. Are they? Yeah, around the corner on Ammo.
So this right here on the screen right now, this is the intersection corner of Amore and Brush Hill Road, just for reference. So Amore is along the right and Brush Hill is along the left for the reference to the commission.
Right, and I understood Jesse's explanation of the tree and your explanation as well of the tree protection area along Brush Hill Road. But are there any trees coming down that are jurisdictional to us?
Not jurisdictional under the local bylaw has jurisdictional elements to the trees. You have a tree protection plan. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, is it jurisdictional? Are the trees coming down within our jurisdiction?
So
and I understand the 200-foot riverfront. As I look at that, and you drew the line for us,
right?
Are there any trees coming down there? And I acknowledge that I'm under the state act. I'm not talking about the town bylaw.
Sure. So there are some trees that will come down within the riverfront zone that would fall under the act. Yes.
Okay. And one of the photographs that he showed to us had some large. No, it was a photo that Jesse had. It wasn't that.
You may have had. Was it one of this imagery?
No, it was an actual photo of the house. I think it was the first photo that he showed.
Sure. I think what you saw was, let me see if I can get you here, is this house right here, sir.
Yes, that's right.
He was sharing the street.
Yes, exactly right. Are any of those trees within our jurisdiction that I'm seeing on the left-hand side of the photo?
Not on this photo. So obviously, again, as you inch closer, and I'm just moving down Amore, that there are trees within this zone right along this right side of the image. Some of these will come down as part of the project. Yes.
All right, that was my first question, and our tree replacement policy, at least my understanding of it, was always pursuant to the state act, not necessarily the town bylaw. But putting that aside, I have another question, and that is, it's based, to put in context, it is based upon a permit that we did about 3 years ago, perhaps, on Truman Highway. And one of the issues was the water runoff onto Truman Highway. And there was concern that we needed to be able to control the water runoff. I heard what you said about the stormwater system, the plan for it, and it sounded pretty good. But at one point you said if there is, an excess of water, it would be put into the catch basin. And how is that going into the catch basin? Is that running is that surface, or is that drainage pipes going into a catch basin?
So let me just clarify that if I could, Mr. Chairman. We may have mixed up a couple of terms, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page for the commission's purview. So on site right now, and I'll just highlight again, just to denote these areas. Approximately, this is generally the pavement line, this crude outline. And we have catch basins located on site here at the driveway that are going to capture all of that water runoff and are going to push it into the underground subsurface retention fields here. That is what's happening on site. And that is complete capture and containment through the 100-year storm event. So there is no release of water. What I may have said, or what I did say that you may have interpreted, is there is no intention for water to leave these systems. However, if the systems were to ever reach capacity or there were emergency catastrophic conditions, then these catch basins act as overflows, if you will. They actually release water from the system, but only under catastrophic conditions, greater than 100-year storm events. The subsurface fields are completely full, completely inundated, and water may be coming up out of here. But even under that premise, the way the site is graded, it would actually collect here on site in generally this area before it actually would leave the property and actually enter into Brush Hill Road, Truman Parkway. The other thing that I may have mentioned is we do have some natural water runoff along this portion of the site behind the townhomes that will be graded lawn area. That runs down this portion of the property and actually continues to drain out to Brush Hill Road. It's not captured. It's part of the existing flow regime that's out there. But the overall flow that goes into the catch basin in Brush Hill, which is right here where I'm encircling, is greatly reduced by the introduction of our system. So the downstream areas, anything along Brush Hill Road, there's going to be a minimization of water going to there.
All right, understood. And the reason I made reference to that other permit maybe 3 years ago was because some of the neighbors had indicated that because of the elevation changes, the water from that property and adjoining properties ends up on Brush Hill Road and sometimes will ice over. Mm-hmm. So that's why I was concerned. You've answered my question, I believe. I had a related question, and this is public safety. That's probably within the purview of the ZBA and has already been addressed. Mm-hmm. But since we were asked the questions some 3 years ago, was there any suggestion that a traffic light go in there? Because this is the general area where that young girl was killed a few years ago. And is there any provision for traffic control? Now, I'm asking that under the context of drainage, water going onto the highway. So I'm just, part of it is just curiosity as a citizen. Was a consideration, and is there a condition that a traffic light go in there?
So just answering the question, obviously recognizing there was a lot of discussion historically on the project. Certainly a traffic light did come up. It was raised by abutters, raised by concerned residents, whether it's necessary here. This project is not a traffic generator. It does not warrant a signal. It does not change the elements along Brush Hill Road and Amore Road that then warrant a signal. So while it did come up, it is not a function of this project. It's not an element to be considered here. And that was certainly a well thought out discussion with the traffic consultants, both on our team, but also the representatives to the town who peer reviewed it for the Zoning Board of Appeals. So a traffic signal is not in the cards. But your concern about drainage flowing out to Brush Hill Road, obviously as a safety concern and as a concerned resident, certainly very warranted and valuable. And that's why by containing all of the water runoff, as I've alluded to, that is going to be greatly reduced. So whatever inherent condition exists out there now by the offsite, the uncontrolled flow from this property is greatly improved by the construction that this project offers.
Yeah, thank you. Those were my questions. I'm sure there are additional questions, and I should alert the commission that I don't know when it was, a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago. I was on site. We had a a meeting that was not a quorum, so it was not a public meeting for the Conservation Commission, but we did look at the site. I looked at the site. Steve Ivas was president, and Arthur Doyle was president as well. But I don't think the other commissioners have been on site as a Conservation Commission, and they may have an interest in viewing it. So I'm looking at the diagrams and I can put it in context because I was present, but some of the others might like to see the site themselves, but I'll defer to them. Any questions, Todd? Do you have an interest in seeing it, or B, any questions?
I know that site really well.
Okay. And then any questions about the presentation?
Yeah, the only question I had is, the first gentleman called it apartments, and on here it says townhouses. Which is it?
Townhouses.
Okay.
They're townhouses. They're rental townhouses.
So they're apartments, they're not townhouses.
Tomato, tomato.
Okay.
John, I did have one question relative to alternatives. Phil, if you could explain to me the justification for the additional impervious area that you showed us for, was it alternative 2?
Yeah, so let me jump over and just switch the screen to. So this was alternative 2, sir, that we had presented to the Zoning Board of Appeals and had considered. The issue here, and Mr. Chairman brought it up about the safety of Brush Hill Road, about having a site driveway. So there was additional impervious area that would connect out to Brush Hill Road. And through conversation through all the interested parties, it was determined that would be less desirable from a safety perspective. And we discounted this as a viable alternative to the site. And in addition to that, again, is more impervious area within the riverfront zone than the current preferred alternative provides.
So just if you could explain for me why this alternative requires the road, the access to be located there as opposed to the way it's aligned currently.
So we had initially thought as a design team that the fire department would prefer an in and out situation, that they could come in and go out of the site without having to turn around on the property. And that's how this site concept was born. Through discussions with Chief Madden, it was determined that the safety aspects along Brush Hill Road did not outweigh their need to then go to this layout, which would have a hammerhead turnaround. So we wanted to give them what they felt they needed initially, which was the full access without turnaround on the property. It is not a very large property. As Jesse pointed out, it's just under an acre. So we figured the pass-through would be beneficial to them, but the safety concerns outweighed that. And we went to alternative, let's call it 3, which is the preferred application that's on the NOI.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I have a question. Phil, you referred to subsurface retention structures.
Mm-hmm.
If one was delivered to my porch, what would it look like?
So there are actually 2 different systems here, and let me jump to the detail and you can see it. One system are plastic arch chambers. So these are prefabricated arch chambers that just hold water on site. You can see them here in linear view, and then this is the cross-section view at the end. So that would be an arch system.
They're not actually round.
They are not round. They're arched. Obviously, an arch is a strong loading point, so they work very efficiently. And then the other system where we need a little more volume, those are square and they're concrete and they look like this. They're basically an open-sided Lego block, for lack of a better analogy, and they simply lock together. to contain water.
Is there anything inside them like gravel or anything?
Not inside them, around the perimeter. You know, on the side and on the bottom, there has stone, but not inside. Inside of both the arch chamber and the square that's on the screen, those are all hollow. That's where the water storage is kept.
As part of your plans, did you have to look at the soils and ask yourself, is the water we collect going to infiltrate or not?
We did. And looking at the soils was an integral part of the system. And I'm just jumping back. We conducted a series of test pits. They might be a little hard to see. Let me just highlight them to draw everybody's attention to them. Here, adjacent to, sorry. Here.
Test pit 5, this T5.
And 5. So we conducted 4 test pits along the line of that drainage field, so we could know what the drainage system looked like in terms of soil characteristics. Obviously, you know, Milton has a very unique type of soil in terms of its slow percolability. So we had a lot of sandy loam and loamy sand underneath the system, and that's accounted for in the drainage calculations.
Thank you. That was my question.
I can't see everybody, but Ingrid, do you have any questions or concerns?
I don't.
Wendy?
Not at this time. Thanks, John.
Can we hear from Ms. Garpo's cat? I've been watching. Sorry.
Juno loves these Conservation Commission meetings. He really does.
Good. All right. I guess I would like to have some sense of the tree survey, and I am acutely sensitive to the difference between the State Wetlands Protection Act and the town bylaw. But at least traditionally and historically, we've applied our tree replacement to the State Act. And I don't think it's a huge issue, but I would like to know what trees are we losing within our jurisdictional limit. And that would go to that 200 feet from the top of bank of the Neponset. So I'd ask for that. And then I'd suggest that it's appropriate for the commission members to take a look at the site. And I know I'm kind of stacking up a lot on Saturday, the 10th of December, but I think we could fit it in. The other ones I don't think are going to be particularly lengthy. And I'd ask whether or not the commission would support a site visit on Saturday, December 10th.
I'm in favor of a site walk.
Okay. All right, good. So why don't we just add that to the list? I think we can get through it pretty efficiently. I don't think there are any huge stumbling blocks for us along the way.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
May I, we're obviously, as always, happy to host the commission. We'll show you the trees of interest on site just so you have an understanding. But I think it's important before we leave here tonight, the tree preservation that you're referring to is specific to the Milton bylaw and not the Wetlands Protection Act. So this application is under the Wetlands Protection Act only. And I understand that sometimes those two may talk to each other, but in this case, there is no tree mitigation standard for the loss of trees under the Act. So we can talk about what trees are being removed, but I just want to, I guess, stem the discussion about whether those need to be mitigated at all.
Oh, I'm acutely aware. I think we've got 9 40B projects, and I understand the comprehensive permit process very well. Separate and distinct from that, I can say that for 30 years, we have always applied a mitigation plan to the state, the statute, and state regulation. I've never even thought of it as being a town bylaw issue. And whether it's in the regulations or not, the general proposition that we are to implement the rules that protect the resource areas, we've applied it as a state standard. And I don't think it's an issue. And I think it's easy to conform to our standard. And I actually don't think that there are too many trees coming down. If I understand what both you and Jesse said about the tree protection plan within our jurisdiction, it sounds like we're only talking about a few trees. But you don't have to remind me. I know the difference between the town bylaws and the state regulations.
I'm sure. Okay.
So why don't we add this to our list of site visits on the December 10th? All right. And in the meantime, can you give us a survey of what trees are there? And you probably heard our discussion before about our regulation being the circumference. I mean, I think there are only a few. And it's something that we'll be able to eyeball. But if you could do the survey for us, it would, I think, speed up the process.
I will talk to the team after this meeting regarding that. Okay.
That's great. Are there abutters or members of the public that would like to ask a question or be heard? All right, then, Phil, do we have your assent to continue this until the 10th of December?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the applicant.
That's great. Thank you very much. So next on the agenda, we'll go right to, now I think we're on 13, correct?
Yes, sir.
So 13, notice of attendance, 582 Bluegill Avenue. This is a continued hearing. And Phil, you're back on, and can you just kind of bring us up to date as to where we are?
I can, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to switch hats here and grab a different pile of notes. In the interim, since our last meeting together, we have been waiting on your consultant, GZA, who I understand is on the call here this evening, to render any further comments on response to some of our materials that we sent back to the commission relative to initial comments received. Sort of summarizing what those comments encapsulated, and then I see Ms. Hall is on the call and anxious to obviously offer up to hear from her for the benefit of the commission. We had some disagreement on some calculations relative to water quality volumes on site. And Alan and Major had provided some commentary back to GZA for review of those. Seems based on the letter of November 14, we're still not in perfect harmony on those exact calculations, but we look forward to the opportunity to further revise and further clarify our information to the commission, to GZA, to resolve that issue. And I'm confident that we can do that. The other issue that is lingering is relative to the retaining wall that's on site and the proximate nature of some of the subsurface infiltration fields that are on the property and the ability to construct those walls. And what we responded to in our letter is that we understand that there's hydrostatic loading behind those walls, and our position is that those walls can be constructed with accommodations for the hydrostatic loading. And then the follow-up commentary to that is, well, let's make sure that the water doesn't weep below the retaining walls. So what we endeavored to do is to provide some standard details back to the commission, indicative of what we can do. We are recognizing we have not designed these walls in total. They will be designed by structural engineers, geotechnical engineers, the right qualified professionals, but we're not at that point with it. But what we endeavored to do is point out to the commission that there are opportunities behind retaining walls that can properly be designed to make sure that they are hydrostatically strong if they're exposed to water, and that they can be constructed without water weeping below them. And we shared some details. Through the GZA review, there was some discussion as to whether those details would be pertinent or not, and we certainly understand that. And we would welcome, again, the further opportunity to simply continue to work through those details and make sure there's information provided back to the commission and GZA. We just weren't able to do that in advance of this meeting here tonight, having received the letter from them yesterday. We understand it's a busy time for everybody, so we're respective of the ability to get information. Also, in addition to the letter from GZA, they spoke about doing a global slope stability analysis on the retaining walls that are on site, which we are not opposed to doing, but we want to make sure that it's done when the walls are fully designed. We do not have construction documents in place. Once we have the rest of the team assembled, once we do the rest of the design, we can do the analyses and certainly provide all of that information for record. So we're in support of Ms. Hall's comment that one is required, but she suggested as a condition or commission's decision, whether it's required now or later. We would obviously prefer to do it later when we're in full design mode for all of the construction detailing. And then the last thing that came up in conversation is we were still talking about the groundwater mounding analyses, and we inch ever closer to refining those with each iteration that we're doing. We provided a hydraulic conductivity that was based on a published book value. GZA made note that we were using a value that was on the higher end, though we compensated for a slight reduction on it. She noted in the review letter that we should do some field hydraulic conductivity testing at the time of construction. And again, that's something we're certainly willing to do if we can do that at the time of construction, where we can verify all of the on-site soils in the areas that these drainage fields are to be proposed within. In short, that's really all we've done since our last meeting. Not that it's that's all we've done, and that it's not been productive, or we've not all worked very hard to get across these final details and make sure we have a clean application for the commission to consider. But we're not quite across the finish line. And what would seek with the commission's decision here tonight is that we could develop maybe a workshop session with GZA, with Ms. Hall and her associates to further walk through some of this detailing. Certainly extending the same invitation to any members of the commission, or if Mr. Ivis wanted to be present on behalf of the commission, just so you can have a record of the technical discussions that would take place relative to satisfying the rest of these peer review conditions from the November 14th letter.
Thanks, Phil. I heard what you said, but I have some. I tried to, for my own benefit, I try to kind of dumb it down so that if I can understand it, then I figure that's progress. It's just like when we started this conversation about the project. I wanted to know, where does the water go? It's really that simple. And the mounding analysis is actually part and parcel of where does the water go. And I've got another really basic question, and that is, it seems like one of the disputes here is that you want to say that we'll build a good wall that will have sufficient resistance to lateral pressure, hydrostatic pressure when we get there, and they're going to be good engineers and good contractors, and we're going to build a good wall. But my question is, and some of the neighbors have raised the same question, and that is, well, why don't you design it now and tell us what the design is, so that you can assure us at the start of the process, not at the end or not during the process. Tell us what the pressure is going to be, and tell us what the design of the wall is going to be to withstand the hydrostatic pressure. And it seems like you want to do field changes to adjust to whatever you encounter during the construction process. Whereas we're now looking for, what's the wall? How do you design the wall now up front, so that we know what we're permitting? Not, I think you're asking us to give the go ahead, and you're telling us with some degree of confidence that you're going to build a good wall. But we don't know that. And there are certain things, like, I'm not even sure when I look at the wall, there seems to be a general consensus here that the elevation of the base of the wall is 100, and the mounding height is somewhere around 102. And even that might be controversial, but there seems to be a general discussion about 100 feet at the base of the wall and 102 feet, 102 at the mounding height. But What about the footing? Does the footing go below the base of the wall? And does that impact your analysis and calculations?
So, so there's a lot to unpack in there. Let me see if I can capture the comments that you just put forth. So the notion about designing the wall in the future, it's certainly no different than designing the foundation to the house. We wouldn't design the foundation of the house during design, and the foundation, if were it in groundwater, it would have to hydrostatically be resistant to groundwater at that point. So we don't think we're asking for a reach on allowing the design process to proceed in due course and doing the full design of the wall when we have the full staff on board and providing it back to you. To your point, should the parameters change? Should the wall drastically change? Should a design change stem from that? We are of course obligated to come back before the commission to make you aware of what those changes are, and you have to deem them substantial or insubstantial, or to amend the NOI accordingly. So we're recognizing that that's the mechanism, that's the process that can be put in place to accomplish this, that there's no smoke and mirrors, there's no hidden information. It's just the due process that we're trying to do here. In terms of the elevations of the wall, where top of wall is approximately elevation 113, bottom of wall is approximately 100. Those are the actual grades that you would see out there. So roughly 13 feet plus or minus from the highest to the lowest. The foundation of the wall, to your question, Mr. Chair, would go below 100. Absolutely, it has to support the wall. The actual depth that it would extend below grade would be determined based on the type of wall that it is. Dependent on the type of block, whether it's a large block, small block, precast wall, determines how deeply below grade that footing to the wall actually has to occur. And we don't know what that number is yet either. That's part of the design process as well. I think what's at issue, what came up, is whether or not, because there is drainage behind the wall and because there is mounding potential, and we're saying that the water is going downward, GZA astutely pointed out they want to ensure that the water is not simply coming out on the low side of the wall. So that might mean that we have to key our impervious liner deeper into the foundation, or deeper into the earthen grade, or the foundation of the wall gets deeper in kind to make sure that the water is not escaping below the wall where it can simply come back up on the other side. And that's all part and parcel to, again, that final design process.
I heard what you said. I'm not sure I have a sense of an answer to the question. Is why can't you give us a design before you start the construction?
There's no requirement to, quite simply. You know, it's not something that needs to be provided at this stage, honestly. You know, I guess that's the simplest answer to it.
It's not necessary for whom? I mean, you're asking us to permit a project, but you're saying it's not necessary to give us a design of the wall, which seems to be a fairly important component of your system.
Well, so with no disrespect intended, you know,
Phil, you couldn't insult me. I told you, you need to dumb it down for me so I can get it.
No, I understand. And I mean no disrespect by the following comment. I mean, we're obviously treading into different territory. You know, the Conservation Commission's purview in terms of how the retaining wall is designed might be a little loose, you know, in terms of whether it falls within the purview of the act. I understand the concerns here, and I'm not trying to discount them, of course. We all want the safest project, but we do retain the right, as the developer retains the right to ultimately select the wall, make sure it's properly designed to affect any and all aspects that are approved by the town of Milton, the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Conservation Commission, and that those are the rights that we're just looking to preserve, nothing further.
I get that, but I do take issue with that it might be, the design of the wall might be beyond the purview of our jurisdiction. I don't think it is, because what we're talking about is the mounding impact. It goes back to my basic question: where's the water go? Does it go up? Does it go laterally? And that's why the conductivity analysis is so important to us, because I want to know if the water is going sideways, up, or down. If it goes down and under the wall, are we going to have a blowout on the slope? If it goes, back on the wall, where's it going to go? That's why the design of the wall is so important. The depth of it is important. We need to know where the water is going. So I think that is 100% within the purview of the Conservation Commission.
What if the structural engineer gets into it and it has to be a much bigger design than everybody projected, and now it's a whole different application? It's like we're starting over again. Why wouldn't we know now? I've never had a project that went forward that didn't have to have a full set of drawings before you got it approved.
I'd be fibbing if I said we didn't encounter this before in terms of, what is the definition of a full set of drawings? We're not going to have construction drawings ready for every aspect of the project. That's the delta that we're talking about between these permit drawings and then the final construction drawings. And then to the commissioner's point, should it be determined that the wall needs to be substantially different, as I mentioned, we're obligated to come back before the commission if it's materially different from what you ultimately approve.
Yeah, if I could just speak up a minute, this is Mary Hall from GCA. The initial drawings basically don't show any drainage coming from that wall. So as if all the water's going down. This latest submission, and I agree with Phil, there's just conceptual drawings, but the sketches do show drainage behind that wall. So it's very unclear at this point what is even being proposed for that wall. One thing was in the initial drawings, and the most recent submission is just inconsistent with what's happening there. And as retaining walls, when they fail or when they have problems, it's usually due to water. And so that's why there is a very heightened concern about that wall right now, with the way the drainage design is discharging, so much water right behind that wall.
Yeah, who wants to deal with it later? We want to know now, not after it fails.
Hans, where are you? Do you have a thought on this design now as opposed to design later?
As it relates to the drainage design, I think it's appropriate. And I do apologize for having to go off camera for just a moment. I had to deal with a dog, but.
All right. Well, it's essentially design now, design later is the issue, and I think we've all had the benefit of seeing the back and forth in terms of the comments, and I appreciate actually everybody's input here in terms of Alan and Major, responding to the comments and GZA's comments and Scott Horsley's comments as well. But again, I'm trying to make it real simple, and so if we go back to the comments, and I'm actually using the most recent GZA comments, and comment 6, there's a discrepancy here between the simple dynamic method and the static method, and I don't really care which method is used unless it makes a difference, and it seems like it does make a difference, and it in terms of how much what is the water volume that it's real basic, and if one system comes up with a larger volume or quantity of water, then that's going to be important. It's like a snowball. It just keeps. It's going to impact the wall. It's going to impact mounding. How much water are we talking about? And the conductivity tests. So I'd like to know whether or not, and let's keep I guess my questions, I'm talking to myself now. John, keep the question simple. What about this conductivity tests? Is there more data that you could derive from some on-site testing of those soils? Question mark.
The short answer, Mr. Chairman, is there data? Yes, sure. More data can be derived. Do we have to obtain more data to support the application, to support the calculations, to support everything that's in front of you? No.
Well, again, I'm not looking for minimum requirements. I'm looking for best management practices here. I'm not really interested in minimum requirements. I want to get the best product to protect the resources. And if more data that's available to you and it's not a prohibitive cost, then why don't you do some additional conductivity tests?
It's not necessary, Mr. Chairman.
It's not necessary for what? Compliance with minimum standards? Or it's not necessary for best management practices?
Compliance with the regulations. It's not necessary.
Okay. All right. But would it be a good idea?
I can't answer that. That's very subjective. And I'm sure there are a lot of different opinions to that answer.
All right. Would it help us, the Conservation Commission, to make a decision if we had more data on the conductivity? Because that all goes to mounding, and in my mind, that all goes to where's the water go?
I can't answer what would help you or not. Yeah. Yeah, I can't. I don't want to presume things. I don't want to presume that if you had it or didn't have it, that it would change your direction. What we would ask you to do is obviously render your decision, whatever it happens to be, based on the adherence with the standards that we need to meet.
Okay. I'm going to go to comment 7. This is the proximity of infiltration system number 3 to the retaining wall. You agreed that there is a need for a stability analysis.
We agree. Yeah, yes, because that would be part of the retaining wall design, that whole system behind the wall. The wall designer would take into account what exists there. What are the additional loads that need to be contemplated? That's all part of the stability analysis.
All right, but is that stability analysis to be done before the permit is issued or during construction phase?
Certainly not during construction phase. It would be done prior to construction. We would need to have construction drawings. So similar to our previous discussion, it would not be now during the permitting efforts, but subsequent to these permitting efforts, should permits be granted, we would then advance everything to a construction level where that analysis would take place between now and then.
GZA has recommended that there be a global stability analysis to confirm the design is stable and capable of doing what it's designed to do. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Are we only talking about then when is that global stability analysis done?
Yes.
That's the only issue. Okay.
Yes.
What about the impact of the impermeable liner?
The same. That would be that's anything to do with the hydrostatic pressure, the slope stability analysis, the impermeable liner behind the wall, the depth of the wall, the face of the wall, the tiebacks. That's all the same information packet. That all gets done together.
After the permit is issued?
After a permit from this commission is issued, yes.
Okay, I don't know how the other commissioners are reacting to that, but that sounds like a big ask for us because you're asking us essentially, trust us, we'll figure it out. I don't mean trust us from an integrity perspective, but just trust us, we'll figure it out, don't worry about it. Whereas my view is that I'd like to have some level of confidence that this thing's going to work. Because otherwise we're saying, go ahead and give it a try. And if it doesn't work, then, we're back to square one.
Right. I understand that, Mr. Chairman, but I'm going to keep it simple as you suggest.
Yes, thank you.
When you approve a house, you're not asking for the design of the house. You're trusting that people are going to go forward and design a house, regardless of whether it's in or out of the commission's jurisdiction.
No, that's not true.
No,
on a house, you'd have a structural engineer if it's structural, stamp the plans, or a building inspector wouldn't issue a permit.
We agree with that, and this would be no different. Because the retaining wall is taller than 4 feet, the building commissioner has to issue a permit on this as well.
Correct.
So we would have to issue structural drawings for them to review. This completely identical. Yes.
But that's the building department. He doesn't deal with wetlands and water.
He doesn't deal with wetlands. Yes, of course, sir. And he certainly doesn't deal with water, but he deals with the structural aspects. He's annotated and empowered to deal with structural aspects relative to the code. Yes, sir.
Do you agree that the field hydraulic conductivity tests could be performed now?
Yes, anything could be performed now. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I'm just going through my notes, so I apologize if I'm bouncing around here. But with respect to the footings or the support for the wall, are you saying that until you figure out what kind of a wall you're going to use, whether it's gravity, preformed, whatever, large block, small block, you won't know how deep you're going to go for the footing?
Correct.
So we don't know.
No.
So how would we be able to figure out whether or not the water is going to go underneath the wall and blow out a slope?
Sure. So our obligation is we have the groundwater mounding analysis, the model that was put forth, I guess the response to comments letter before last, that indicates the theoretical mounding, the theoretical elevation where it crosses the wall. That's translated into an elevation, and we need to make sure that the liner gets to that elevation to prevent that breakout that is of concern.
What do you say about GCA's comments that your schematic drawings are at least superficially inconsistent?
They are inconsistent in that what we endeavored to do is we did not provide a finite wall detail. We provided typical wall details that address water located directly behind a wall and how it could be adequately addressed to make sure that the wall stands and that water doesn't bleed out below the wall, which are the two parameters that were raised to us. So they were responses and indications of here's how walls could be built with water located behind them, but they were not representative of the exact construction of this particular wall. So Ms. Hall's statement, we're fine with it in terms of how she couched it to say, yeah, it's inconsistent there, it's not right. It wasn't intended to be a finite model. It was intended to be the menu palette of construction methodology to address what was perceived as the issue with the water behind the wall and the potential seepage below the wall. So those details, along with the mounding elevation, those all go into the recipe that ultimately designed the wall in totality.
All right. Now I'm going to jump a little bit, but the same concept, which is now versus later on. Do you agree that monitoring wells in use currently could facilitate the particle-sized analysis and empirical correlation for hydraulic conductivity analysis? And you can tell I'm quoting that. Okay. Is that, could you do that now?
Could we, so I assume, Mr. Chair, you're referring to comment 8G. We have two monitoring wells that are on site. We were asked to obtain those elevations. We did that back on October 31st, and we actually just did it yesterday, just so we had at least 2 data points available to us as requested.
What did you get yesterday?
Forgive me, I don't have it in front of me. They were up close to the same, but actually one of the water levels was actually lower than what we obtained on October 31st. So they were about the same. I don't have them right in front of me, but they will get reported to you.
Okay. I guess if I can kind of boil it all down, my concerns are now versus then. That is, you're looking for a permit and we don't have the design in place. Got it. All right, questions from commissioners? Ingrid?
None here.
Okay, Wendy?
Nothing that you haven't already addressed. Thank you, John.
Okay, we're Tom, there you are, Tom Palmer. I lost you.
There's other people here that might have something to say, I think.
All
I
right.
don't myself.
All right, Todd, anything?
No, I feel the same as you, John.
All right. Mary Hall, can you weigh in for us on this now versus later analysis?
Sure. And I do agree with, how Phil was talking about, you don't usually, when you're building the house, you don't have the full set of design plans when you go to the Conservation Commission.
Well, do you have when you go to the building commissioner?
When you go to the building department, you better.
Yeah, right. Well.
But, in this case, this wall is a part of, or is impacted by the drainage system. And so it's not as cut and dry as saying, oh, this wall gets designed in a later phase. So that is why, we were recommending at least a higher level of design than what has been done now. The sketches that were provided with this last submission was showing some sort of block wall, do not include the impermeable liner that was shown on the earlier drawings. And so how this wall is, being, is going to be built is really unclear at this point. I'd be surprised if a block wall with geogrids behind it is going to work in this application. I'm not sure how you would get the, how it would take the hydrostatic pressure and how you would keep the water out from getting into that geogrid, into where the geogrids are. So it's, that's why I think, it might not be the very final design that is done at this point, but something more advanced than, a couple of generalized sketches for a wall that doesn't have a infiltration system immediately behind it.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Horsley, I had referenced some of your reports, and I actually used them today. I had GZA in your report, and of course Alan and Major's reports up, but I was trying to look at them at the same time. Give me your view on the capacity of the system as designed, or perhaps not designed yet. Are we looking at some problems here with what I would call a loose design at this juncture in terms of water mounding, water going under, slopes blowing out? Those are my concerns, and I have a limited level of confidence that what I've seen so far by way of design are not going to prevent all of those. Excessive mounding, blown out slopes, water going where it's not supposed to go.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make an initial response. I know that Dan Hill is here, and he has a presentation that I think I'm going to be part of, but I will answer the specific question, which I think I would agree with you and Ms. Hall as well, that as when GZA submitted their initial comments, they agreed with the fact that there might be some more thought given to some of the input variables into the mounding work. And there are two primary ones that go into that analysis. One is hydraulic conductivity, and the other is saturated thickness. And I don't believe that either of those input variables have been adequately defined, and I don't believe that the analysis has been done on the conservative side. The hydraulic conductivity, which you asked about, Mr. Chairman, is the primary one. And as GZA pointed out in their comment letter, and I agree with it, Based upon the soil descriptions provided in the test pits, there's a broad range of hydraulic conductivities. And when I say a broad range, orders of magnitude, instead of I think it was roughly a 25% change that Phil made in the revised hydraulic conductivity. Hydraulic conductivities, in fact, can vary by orders of, like I said, 10. So, and the document that GZA referenced is, as I said in my letter, the seminal book on groundwater hydrology, Freeze and Cherry. I've owned the book for more than 35 years. I read it regularly. It's probably the only hard copy text that I use on a regular basis. And I reference some of the numbers in there. And I think the two choices, in my view, would be to do what we call sensitivity analysis, use a broad range of values, or do the tests in the field. And I guess the thing that at this point that most surprises me is the permeability test. The biggest part of that is getting the wells in the ground. That's the most expensive part, time consuming. Running the tests is very easy. This can be done within a day. So I just don't see any reason why we wouldn't do that now. To your point, Mr. Chairman, there are multiple wells on the site. One can do a so-called slug test or a falling head test that is quite easy to do. Again, can be done within a day's time. And that'll provide some in situ real measurements on the site. It'll help us get a more reliable, I think we would all agree. I think Phil would agree. It would provide a more reliable on-site measurement, and it could be done within a day's time. So I think that is probably the most important thing in my mind, to sort of get a better handle on, as you say, doing it now rather than later, because it could substantially affect the performance of the system. We do have other comments. And again, I don't know if you want to ask Mr. Hill to go through.
Sure. Yeah, we can switch to Dan, but I have in the back of my mind, I'm saying, well, okay, we're going to require things. I don't want to make it sort of uneconomic. So I'm always looking for, time and money. But you said time, it can be done in a day. Is there some significant cost to collecting this additional data?
No, it's very, very straightforward. Maybe Ms. Hall can comment on it. You need multiple measurements on water levels. It can be done over a period of a few hours. You do multiple wells and analyze the data. It's I would say it's a day's time. And
yeah, I would agree with that as far as the time to do that kind of work.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
All right, thanks. Dan Hill, do you have some comments that you'd like to make?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Dan Hill, I'm a land use attorney, and I represent neighbors and abutters to the project on Meeting House Lane and Robin Street and Alfred Road. We do have a few slides to show, and Scott has some comments to make on these specific issues. I just wanted to first address this defense that Phil has mentioned a few times now, that if this was a house, it would be no problem deferring post-permit some of these design details. And I got to push back, because this is not a house. This is a very complicated project that has no margin for error. We're using most of the usable area of the site for buildings and pavement and drainage structures. And so much of the decision-making that you all make is based upon modeling, predictive modeling, that necessarily relies on the accuracy of input variables. And so when those input variables don't play out and are actually inaccurate, then it's a disaster. And we've seen situations, maybe not in Milton, but there are problems that occur when we don't model things correctly on a small site that doesn't have a margin for error. And that's the difference. This is not a single family house. And that's why it's important to nail down these details during this public hearing. So I fully endorse the comments that are made that more information needs to be provided on this project now and not later. If this was a house, I'd probably agree with Phil, but it's not a house. I do want to share my screen if it's okay, and then we can,
of course,
jump through a few things. So the issues that I wanted to address tonight, as briefly as I can, is first the offsite drainage connection on Meeting House Lane. I know I've brought this up before, but there doesn't seem to be any attention being paid to it so far. I just want to make sure this doesn't fall off the radar. So I want to raise that again. The stormwater system setback nonconformities. This was addressed by Mary Hall and Scott in his letter. So Scott will address that. The ongoing problems with the mounting analysis, which we just got into a little bit just now. Scott's going to address his concerns with the two variables that we're talking about, the permeability as well as the permeability being the main one. And then the other issue is the nonconformity with the MS4 permit for Milton, and that kind of addresses a few other issues that we get into. So I do want to just briefly mention and remind the commission about this offsite drainage connection. The project does rely heavily on a connection to Meeting House Lane at the southern end of the site. This system in Meeting House Lane ultimately discharges into Trout Brook and Ponset River. Actually, Pine Tree Brook and the river are impaired water bodies under the Clean Water Act. The developer has acknowledged through submittals to the zoning board that the town system is undersized and does surcharge under current conditions. And by the developer's own calculations, there will be large increases of both peak rated volumes of runoff leaving the project site. So just as background, this is the connection. This is Meeting House Lane, the cul-de-sac. I think all you've been to the site, so you know what we're talking about here. But ultimately, these blue boxes are the infiltration systems, and the overflow is into Meeting House Lane. And we have the numbers from the applicant. This is the routing diagram that from the top to bottom, reach 5R is the point at which the system enters Meeting House Lane. So at the top of the cul-de-sac, that's reach 5R. And then we go all the way down to 9R, which is the point at which the town system enters Trout Brook. And this is what that routing diagram actually looks like on the field. Again, the project site is at the top. The reach 5R is at the top of Meeting House Lane, then it slopes down gradually down to Alfred Road, then it bears right, and ultimately discharges into reach 9R, which is the outfall to Pine Tree Brook. There's also another drainage connection that's an open channel that is in this area here. That does also discharge ultimately into Pine Tree Brook on this side of the site. The developer did prepare an offsite drainage analysis as part of the zoning board process and had suggested that the project actually complies with standard number 2, which, as the commission knows, requires balancing of pre and post flow rates of flow. We looked at this carefully, and John Chessie, our civil engineer, poured through the report and discovered that really what was being represented was the peak and pre and post flows at reach 9R, which is the end of the system, not reach 5R, which is the point of discharge where the project enters the town system. So that's just not correct as a matter of law in terms of how you apply standard 2 under the stormwater standards. Further, the watershed for reach 9R, which again is the outfall to the brook, includes a lot more than just the project site. It includes all of Barbara Lane and the backyards of the folks at Meeting House Lane. So to really use that as the design point essentially for the project is really improper. What the design point for standard 2 should be the point where the project enters the town system, the point where the drainage leaves the site. And that's, if there's any doubt, that comes from the Hydrology Handbook for Conservation Commissioners, which states specifically that the point of discharge for standard 2 is the point where the drainage leaves the site. So in summary on this point, 9R is not the appropriate discharge point for standard number 2. And when you look at the pre and post numbers for reach 5R, you all can see it just for yourself in the report that was filed by the developer. It's exponentially greater, the rates of flow leaving the site pre and post at that point of Meeting House Lane. And so that simply doesn't comply with standard number 2. And standard number 2 requires balancing of pre and post, as the slide indicates. Now moving, I guess before I leave that, I think what really would benefit the commission is if we had some technical peer review on this issue. So we called for that at the zoning board level. It just didn't happen. You know, John Chessier provided his analysis to the board. But I think the zoning board had so many other issues to focus on, it really didn't address this point. I argue that this is jurisdictional. I mean, this water leaving the site does end up in Pine Tree Brook. There's a direct connection proposed from the site. So we would argue that A, this is jurisdictional to the commission, and B, if standard 2 is not being complied with, that's a problem. And of course, we have a host of other potential problems with respect to the impacts, water quality impacts downstream, where we're dealing with an impaired water body under the Clean Water Act. So then shifting to the system setbacks, Scott addressed this.
Dan, can I hold you there? And Phil, I'm going to end up asking you this question, so I'll ask it now. And this whole offsite drainage system was on my notes of things to address tonight. And we've discussed it at prior meetings, but essentially, at least in my mind, we've got a large pipe leaving the site, and as it gets down towards Meeting House Lane, the pipe gets smaller. So something's got to happen if there's a lot of water being discharged and it hits a smaller pipe, a significantly smaller pipe. Something's going to happen. It's either going to increase velocity in the smaller pipe or it's going to back up in the larger pipe. So from a jurisdictional perspective, I think I agree with what you just said, Dan. I feel very strongly that if something leaves the site that's going to have a direct and foreseeable impact offsite, it's still jurisdictional to us. Because we can't avert our eyes and say, oh, don't worry about it. Nothing's going to happen off property or downstream, because something will happen here. How do you fix that? Would you increase the size of the pipe downstream so that it doesn't increase velocity?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, that's sort of a difficult question to answer, right? There's a lot that could go into that. I think I would counter with sort of a response point to Mr. Hill's comment about that they solicited for it to be reviewed at the ZBA level, and it was reviewed by the town's consultant, Tetra Tech, and they determined it to be a non-issue. So it hasn't gone unnoticed, it hasn't gone unchecked. It did go noticed. They looked at it and said, we don't see it the same way that you do, Mr. Hill, and your consultants, and therefore it's not an issue for me and for the developer to look at. To answer your question more specifically, Mr. Chair, dependent on the actual problem that you're talking about, there is a multitude of different solutions. If your issue is velocity, that you're trying to make sure there's no erosion and there's no scour, changes in pipe diameter, changes in pipe slope can accommodate that. Changes in the outlet handling of the water can accommodate that. There's different ways. I think one of the points that I think was going to come out of this discussion was that we're free discharging untreated water, thereby creating problems for the impaired waterways that are the ultimate receivers. If that were even remotely true, it's incorrect in that the water coming out of these systems, because it meets the DEP standards, is presumed clean. It has received all of the treatment that it's ever going to need to receive, and therefore it is just water that can be added to any waterway. So that's the premise that it's being attacked under, and it's incorrect.
Okay, but go back to the velocity piece. I'm not concerned with what did or did not happen before the ZBA or what the Tetra Tech said. Sure. I'm concerned with my concern. And that is if water is being directed offsite. And I know you're not creating water, but it sure is getting focused here. And if it does increase velocity, and it is going to create erosion issues downstream or some kind of issues, it could back up for all I know if you significantly drop. What's the difference? Is it like 40 inches down to 15 inches? Or it's big, isn't it?
I don't have it in front of me, Mr. Chairman. I didn't bring my notes on that particular issue. We can certainly talk about it in greater detail. I don't have the exact diameters and I don't want to misspeak on it. I know that there's an existing 10-inch drain pipe at the back of Meeting House Lane, and then there's a 15-inch drain pipe that's there. Beyond that, I don't have my notes, and I wouldn't want.
Okay,
to
no, I'm not. It's not a test. It's just I'm expressing a concern that I have, and I feel very strongly that we can't create an issue on site and then ignore it if the impact is off site.
Yeah.
I think our jurisdiction is going to follow that which is foreseeable and the practical result of the system, the design of the system. I thank you very much, Phil, and thank you, Dan, for allowing me to interject that. You're back on, so my apologies for the interruption.
No problem at all. So again, I guess going back to the setbacks, I mean, Scott, can you address setback nonconformities?
Sure, and I'll just add to that last discussion. I'm not sure that the ZBA deliberations was weighing in on conformance of the system relative to the stormwater standards that were before the Conservation Commission. I think their analysis might have been a different focus. So I would just add on that prior issue that I think you're right, Mr. Chairman. The standard that's before you is in fact before you and not the one that was discussed at the ZBA. Your standard is, as Dan's slide just showed, according to the Mass DEP stormwater standards, what's leaving the site. And so that, I think that's appropriate that gets looked at differently than what the ZBA was considering. On this standard, there are provisions in the stormwater handbook that suggest that, as it says here, there should be at least a minimum of 100-foot setback to a slope greater than 20%. So I simply, because of this issue, which I think we're all concerned with about the retaining wall, that's certainly an area where the slope is greater than 20%. So we just make that comment that perhaps this is an area that needs to be complied with as well. And that may be, in fact, the reason why DEP put this standard in the handbook, because they were concerned about steeply sloped areas and the potential breakouts. So I guess that's all I'll say about this point. We just want to point out that is a performance standard that is in the stormwater handbook. And Dan, if you can go to the next slide.
Actually, before I leave this point, I did want to elaborate on this question of setbacks. And it's not unheard of for applicants to ask for waivers. And if that's something that the applicant wants to request, I mean, I don't think it's inappropriate. But I guess it comes back to the point that we don't even have designs that are consistent within the plans. And if the applicant were to request a waiver, hypothetically from this provision, you'd expect to see the design details of the wall, because the argument maybe could be, gee, my wall is going to be impermeable. There's not going to be any hydrostatic pressure. There's not going to be any concern about leakage under the walls. The footings aren't going to interfere. There's not going to be a mounting interference. That's the type of proof that, as a commission, you're justified in demanding to grant a waiver from a setback provision. So the problem is that you're not even getting a setback waiver request, and B, you're not getting the justification for one, even if one is being requested. So now I guess we move to issue number 3, which is the mounting analysis and the ongoing problems that we're seeing with the data that's being provided. And I guess if I could be, before Scott starts on this, if it'd be okay with you, Mr. Chairman, to ask a question to the applicant just directly, since I know the applicant themselves are here and Mr. Cudero's here, could they just answer this simple question? Have they done on-site permeability tests and they're just not sharing the data with us?
You could ask the chair and I'll ask the same question of Phil. I think it's a fair question. Because I know on some of the discussions in the past, Phil, you've said it's not required by the regs, and we had a discussion. And I thought that, well, sometimes best management practices are different than minimum standards. So I think it's a fair question, because we've asked like that conductivity analysis. could you do it? And you said, yeah, you could do it, but it's not necessary. So I think Dan's question is, could you do this analysis or have you done it?
Right, Mr. Chair, I think his question was, have we done it?
Yeah.
Be clear. The answer is no.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'll ask a question. Could you do it?
Oh, anything could be done, as I pointed to before. It's whether it's necessary to be done.
Understood. All right, thanks. Dan, back to you.
Scott, can you address this now, please?
Sure. So I don't want to repeat because it's late, but the two important variables that go into this mounting analysis are saturated thickness and permeability. The other term for permeability is hydraulic conductivity. So this slide does show it says saturated soil, but I just want to be clear here because I'm not sure this has been clear. The saturated thickness is, as this slide shows, the depth between where it says bedrock, or the thickness before it says bedrock, and then where it points to, I think it says seasonal high water table. That's the saturated thickness. And that's the input to the model. Okay, and I've got another picture. It's maybe on the next slide, Dan. Yeah, so here we go. So here's a little picture of a well. And I think my sense is, and this may be a question to the applicant too, through the chair, they're using, in their latest submittal, they are using a value of 17 feet for saturated thickness. And I cannot find any way that was calculated. I can find the fact that multiple wells that were installed were 17 feet deep. So in my last letter, I'm just raising the question whether or not they're conflating those two terms. And if you could just go back to that cross section again, Dan, sorry, because it clearly shows the difference. At the end, they flip right there. So you can see here, the depth of the well is measured from the land surface down to the bottom of the well. And as I said, I believe 4 of the wells that were installed were almost exactly 17 feet deep. The saturated thickness is the depth of the water table to the bottom of the well. I think there were 6 borings submitted in support and referenced by the applicant as evidence for the 17-foot saturated thickness. I don't see 17 feet in any of those wells, but I do see the overall depth of the wells of 17 feet. So I guess I would also ask through the chair, just because I think we'd all like clarification, how is the 17 feet calculated? If they can answer that, because I cannot figure it out. It looks like they may have used the depth of the well as a substitute for the saturated thickness. So I don't know if we want to get clarification on that, Mr. Chairman, or not.
Yeah, and I think we've had a similar discussion in the past, Phil, and I'll direct that question to you, but I thought it was extrapolated as opposed to calculated.
And here's, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, since Dan's flipped this slide out, just to be clear, boring number 4 is the closest boring to the area we've been talking about, which is infiltration system number 3. And you can see this is the boring from the applicant's report. You can see that the overall depth of that boring is 17 feet. What I've done is I've highlighted the little upside down triangle on the far left, if you want to point to it, Dan, with your cursor. That is I guess I call it the global indicator of water table. So that's the depth of the water. And if you all the depths are over on the right. And so you can see that the depth of the water table is about 14 feet. The overall depth of the well is 17. Therefore, according to this boring alone, this is just one of them, that would indicate a saturated thickness of 3 feet rather than 17. So again, I'm just not sure. It seems to me that they're using, in deriving the 17-foot thickness, they're using the overall depth of the wells. And again, this is one of the 2 significant inputs to the model. If you put a smaller saturated thickness, the amount is higher. If you put a higher saturated thickness, the amount is lower. So I can either pause there, we could try to get an answer, or I can move on.
Yeah, no, I think you've clarified it. I'm not sure that Phil needed clarification, but
okay,
it certainly helps me. Phil,
okay.
Can you weigh in on that? Because I thought we had a similar discussion before, and I thought you said that the saturated thickness was extrapolated as opposed to calculated.
So, during our initial discussion about this, we didn't have borings, and then we had some borings done during the course of between the first hearing and the second hearing. So the data that he's referring to is Mr. Horsley is using one of the test wells that denotes groundwater in the borings based on the observed saturation that was there and not the estimated seasonal high groundwater that we've derived our stormwater evaluation from. So our 17-foot number is reflective of the boring depths that we had, because we have multiple boring depths that exceed that value. They go down 24, 25 feet. And we could have actually used a larger number. We didn't. We limited it to the depth of the shallowest boring that we have. And this slide that's here that somehow denotes that we only have 3 feet of saturated thickness is the observed water within the well, but that's not what we have to utilize, which is we're doing it based off of estimated seasonal high groundwater, which is where we have to design our system off of. If this were a true statement, if this slide were correct, we wouldn't need to do groundwater mounding because we'd have 4 feet of separation from the water table to the bottom of our system.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I kind of anticipated that response. The estimated seasonal high groundwater in the vicinity of boring number 4 is elevation 101. And if you use that value in this diagram, then the saturated thickness is 10 feet as opposed to 17. Again, I think what might be useful would be for the applicant to submit their calculations as to how they derived 17 feet, because I just don't see it, even with what Phil just said. I understand what Phil said, and if you apply those at this location, I think you get a saturated, if you apply the estimated seasonal high groundwater at this location, I believe you get a saturated thickness of 10 feet, which is almost half of what was used in the model, 17.
Well,
so again, I think we just need to get some clarification as my comment.
On this diagram, Scott,
Yes.
is there any reference to what the elevation is here?
No, what I did is I looked at the site plan, which does show the location of boring 4, and I inferred the elevation. Here you go. I think I can't see it on this diagram, but on the site plan, you can read within a foot of the approximate elevation of boring 4. And then I did what Phil suggested, because I thought that's what he did, is use the estimated seasonal high groundwater reported at 101 elevation, and that shows a saturated thickness of 10 feet at that location.
Hey, do you agree with that, Phil? Yeah, that's the groundwater 101 in the vicinity of B4?
I don't have it in front of me, Mr. Chair. Okay. So I don't want to agree and then be somehow proven incorrect by simply agreeing. I trust Scott professionally that he can read the topo map, and if that's the elevation he's derived, so be it. But I don't have it in front of me.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I don't want to take the time now, Mr. Chairman, but I think it's worth verifying. I'm not sure that the 17 feet is supported by the information, so I think a closer look would be warranted. And this is, as I said, this is one of the 2 important variables into the mounting analysis. Dan, if you could go to the next slide. We don't need to deal with those. So the hydraulic connectivity, we've talked about this. The applicant has used, I would say, a very narrow range. And again, I'd be interested in Mary's comments on this, because she commented on this as well. 15 to 20, 15.3 to 20 is a pretty narrow range to try to do a sensitivity analysis without any field data on hydraulic connectivity. Again, in my experience, you would vary that by an order of magnitude, meaning you might do a range of 2 feet per day to 20 feet per day. And that would be in accordance with the document that GZA referenced, the Freeze and Cherry book, which shows actually multiple orders of magnitude over the soil description. So again, if I were the applicant here, I would not want to use such a broad range of values, because you're going to get very different numbers. So I would opt for field generated numbers. And the fact that the wells are already in the ground, this is very easily obtained now. So we've already covered that. I don't want to,
this is just an excerpt, Mr. Chairman, from the Stormwater Handbook that references the falling head test that Scott referenced. This is one of the number of acceptable means of doing soil permeability testing under the Stormwater Handbook. That comes from volume 3, chapter 1.
And I think is that pretty much it, Dan? I think we.
Yeah, saturated thickness we addressed, there, the logs.
Are those slides all in the report that you're going through right now? Because I just want to make sure they're part of the public record.
I'll email these to you tonight or tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Hill, could you go back to that slide about the hydraulic conductivity?
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
That one there. So I just want to draw out, so quote, saturated hydraulic conductivity rates must be determined at the actual location and soil layer where recharge is proposed when the dynamic field method is proposed. When the static or simple dynamic methods are proposed, the Rawls rate at the location and soil depth where recharge shall be presumed to represent the saturated hydraulic conductivity, and no field evaluation is required. We are providing to you the simple dynamic method of calculation.
Understood.
That's a presumption.
Understood.
No presumption. Sorry, through the chair to Mr. Hill. We're not presuming anything. The calculations are based on simple dynamic, and the handbook does not dictate that we conduct field evaluation.
And Mr. Chair, I would just ask, maybe if we could ask Mary's opinion on whether a field value for hydraulic conductivity would be a better way to provide a more reliable groundwater mounding analysis. I think that's the question at hand here.
Well, ultimately, I think that is the question. That's what it's all leading to. Mary, do you want to comment on that?
No, I agree that would provide a better data in order to perform the mounting analysis. I would say though that Phil is correct in what the regs say right there, as it not being absolutely required using for this when using the static or simple method, but it would provide better data, provide a better analysis.
Understood. And that goes back to the issue that we've already identified, and that is, are we at minimum requirements, or are we at best practices?
Yeah.
Understood.
Mr. Chairman, I would clarify that to say that we are at the requirements.
Understood. Yeah, I appreciate that.
But just to be clear, the requirement said there's a presumption. It doesn't mean it's perfect, and a presumption can't be overcome. I think the point here is that given the tightness of the site and the very little margins for error, doing the field testing, it provides an additional layer of security to ensure that we have these variables correct. At least that's our point. I think.
Understood. And I think I've stated my own personal preference, and I say my own because I'm not speaking necessarily for the whole commission, but I think more data is better. I think it aids in the process of protecting the resources. But let's move on, because we are getting short on time. Because pretty soon we'll be in violation of the open meeting law because we haven't announced tomorrow's date. So,
all right. So just to wrap up, Mr. Chairman, just briefly in the last issue, I want to make sure the commission is aware of the town's obligations under the MS4 permit, which is issued by DEP and EPA. There's a general permit that's been issued. That general permit has a number of different requirements that directly affect this project, because this project is proposing a direct connection to the town's storm sewer system. So among the requirements, the MS4 permit does require towns to have construction, site stormwater management plan review at some point during this permitting process. That has not happened. It did not happen with the zoning board. The applicant basically refused to provide a detailed site-specific construction management plan. The applicant provided a scope of a construction management plan, but did not allow the board to actually entertain or review and comment on a full scope site-specific plan. And then additionally, the MS4 permit requires compliance with the state stormwater handbook. We've outlined what we think are nonconformities with the stormwater handbook tonight, and the MS4 permit also mandates that there be no increased loading of pollutants in any of the impaired waters. And again, we have two impaired waters at issue here, Pine Tree Brook and Ponset River. There's been no water quality analysis. I know Mr. Cordero says this water is clean by the time it gets into the town system, but there hasn't been any quantitative analysis on that point. And it's not just simply, I mean, I'm not an expert on water quality analysis, and that's why we're asking for more technical review on this, but I'm not convinced that adding a exponentially greater volume of water and rates of flow into a system doesn't have any impact downstream. And I think that's something that should be evaluated by the commission.
Who does the this MS4 water quality analysis? I mean, is that, we don't have the technical capacity ourselves as commission members, but is it our responsibility to perform this requisite analysis under MS4?
So it's a little bit gray. The MS4 permit requires the town to adopt a stormwater bylaw, and it's the same for every town that's covered by the permit. So you do have a stormwater bylaw, and arguably the zoning board stepped into the shoes of whatever board had jurisdiction over the stormwater bylaw. But to me, it's a little bit gray since it's a federal law requirement. It's not a local requirement. So I do think the commission is the logical entity to be reviewing this project for compliance with MS4, since you're also reviewing the project for compliance with the state stormwater standards. It's essentially the same issue. And if you do comply with the state stormwater standards, the odds are you're complying with the MS4 permit. So I would argue that there's jurisdiction. It sounds like that was your question. Does the commission have jurisdiction? And I think you do. And I would invite you to perhaps, check with town council as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I can perhaps shed a little bit of light on the process for the MS4 permit. This is Attorney Jesse Schomer. Dan, if you're done, yeah, thank you. The review of the MS4 compliance is done by town engineering department, and that's subject to the local stormwater management bylaw that Attorney Hill mentioned. So that will be reviewed by them as part of their final review of the process of this project.
All right, let me, Jesse, it probably should be a question going to you, but early on in this process, in one of our first hearings, the issue of snow melt came up and snow storage and offsite disposal, et cetera. And we were talking about some of the processes that were in the design to eliminate total suspended solids. And we get into a discussion about whether or not that's going to take out the chemicals as opposed to the particulates. And we talked about, I think Ingrid had asked for the MSDS for some of the snow melt products that are, could be used. And there are certain, I guess, water quality mechanisms that will actually take out chemicals, but they can be pretty expensive. Having said all that, and Jesse, I don't think you were on the line at that hearing, but would the water quality that's going into the system include whatever the chemical additive would be? Because I think we came to the conclusion that we're not taking out we can take out the sand and some of the particulates, but we can't take out all the chemicals. Therefore, we have to be careful about what chemicals go into the snow melt. Does this MS4 review include an analysis of chemical additives to the water?
I'll have to defer the technical aspect of your question, Mr. Chair, to Phil to answer. But what I can say, and Attorney Hill mentioned this in his remarks a few minutes ago, and he's absolutely correct, that the town's MS4 permit and, in fact, your stormwater management bylaw incorporates the state standards. So Phil's presentation and the materials that have been provided to the commission, which demonstrate compliance with the state standards, gets us to compliance with the federal standards. Because in almost all cases, particularly in a state like Massachusetts, which has very strict state environmental laws, the state standards are stricter than the federal standards required.
Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate it. Okay, Dan, had you completed your remarks and questions?
Yes, we have, unless Scott had anything else to add.
All right, thank you. Phil, any rebuttal? We are running close on time here. And I think as a takeaway, I'd ask you to consider doing some of the analysis that has been suggested, like the use of monitoring wells to substantiate the calculation of the thickness. I understand your position that you've done what the regs require. I got it. But my question is, would you be willing to use, additional testing using the monitoring wells to sort of advance the ball on this conductivity analysis? You don't have to answer me now, but it's obvious that we're looking for additional data, additional material on the design of the wall. We're looking for a little bit more impact downstream offsite in terms of whether or not you can correct the meeting house lane drainage system. I mean, if you were to increase the pipe size there, I know it's offsite, but would that address the issue of increased velocity? Because we are interested. Where does that water go? So I think you've got a couple of questions from tonight that you can at least think about and perhaps get back to us at our next meeting.
Well, so Mr. Chair, just to address that, we obviously have some concerns that we will never ultimately agree on the parameters. And I think at the end of the day, sort of regardless of what our response is, there will be repetitive challenges. So our collective concern is the ability to reach a point where we will have satisfactorily addressed those comments, and I'm not sure that we can get there. Things like Meeting House Lane, which has, let's call it an existing issue, regardless of this project. We're not looking to bear the town's burdens on top of the backs of this project, which was the premise of what we talked about at the Zoning Board of Appeals level. It would really be no different here. So I guess I would suggest a counter opportunity. I introduced at the onset of the meeting the opportunity to work with Ms. Hall at GZA, who is your consultant, who is working at your direction to address questions that you have asked her to address, where we think we could provide better clarity to some of the issues that she has raised. But it seems like some of the issues, may transcend our ability to interact with Ms. Hall and deal with them in a workshop session. I think we've made it clear respectfully that we're not going to design the wall at this point. We've designed our site in accordance with the regulations. If that's difficult for the commission to accept, we understand that. But if it's going to be a point that it will never get accepted, are we being foolish in expecting that next meeting will be different than the meeting prior? So I'm wondering if extending this meeting to address those questions would be appropriate. I'm not certain that it would be.
I understand what you're saying, and I understand the implication of it as well. I think we have asked for, and I can't speak for the rest of the commission, but I know I've asked for additional data in terms of the design capacity of the wall, and I understand your position. And I'm not comfortable at this point that we could legitimately issue a permit, or I could, vote in favor of a permit without some level of confidence that we're not going to blow out that wall or have the water seep under it and blow out the slope. And I've got other issues because I'm not comfortable with lack of conductivity analysis, the hydrostatic analysis. I think it would be easy to do. I understand your position that you've met the minimum requirements. I'm asking for more information. And we've had projects in the past, and we've said, well, if you're not going to give it, if you refuse to give us the information, then we can't issue the permit. And they've appealed, and sometimes we win, sometimes we lose with DEP. But I want you to know that you may never convince the loyal opposition, but you may convince us. So don't, we're trying to be a neutral body here. And you may never convince Dan Hill. I don't know. But you might convince me. Sure. And I can't speak for, Wendy or Todd or Tom or Hans and or Ingrid. But I know at this juncture, I would like some additional information on the design capacity of the wall, the permeability, and even Scott's analysis of saturated thickness. I think we need more information that I believe is available to you. So I would like to have your assent to continue this. And I do commit that my mind's not made up, other than I'd like more information. So I would ask for your assent to continue this to another meeting. I have not prejudged my vote on this. I don't think anybody has. But I would hope you're not calling for a vote.
Mr. Chairman, we appreciate your candor in all matters. We appreciate the commission's candor in all matters, but we will not assent to another continuance.
All right. Well, commission members, my position is I would like additional information. I think we don't have to go over it all today. I mean, right now. But I'd like to see if there's a consensus there as to if they're not going to give us the vote. All I can think back of is that we had asked for some additional analysis from 711 Randolph Avenue, and they just flat out said, no, we're not going to give it to you. So we denied the permit, and they appealed, and after Superior Court, it actually went all the way to the Supreme Judicial Court. And the permit was approved. So I think we may actually be in that same situation right now. I think we have a legitimate request for additional information in terms of design capacity on several of the areas in terms of conductivity and saturated thickness and wall design and getting the information now as opposed to later. But I'd like to know if they don't agree to the continuance, then we have 21 days. And if we don't vote within the 21 days, that the permit is issued. So if they don't assent to the continuance, we have to vote. Ingrid, would you like more information, or are you comfortable voting at this stage?
I'm not comfortable voting. I agree with the position that you've articulated.
Tom Palmer?
Yeah, I agree with Ingrid here. I would say that part of my unwillingness to go forward might be attributed to the fact that I haven't been on the site. I wasn't there for initial meetings, but I do nonetheless feel, having heard these very high level and really remarkably informative debates about the information necessary to make a good call, I agree that there's more to be had.
Todd?
I would say I'm with you, John. They're asking us for a permit. As Phil brought up the building inspector earlier, you don't go to a building inspector without full drawings and the stamp. They're asking us for a permit. We don't have everything.
Wendy?
I'm not comfortable voting at this time. I'm in alignment with the rest of the commission. Thank you, John.
Hans?
Yeah, I agree. I think having the design of the wall or I think that would get us across the hump, but yeah, if that's not provided, then yeah, I'm not comfortable with voting at this time.
All right, and the state regulations actually provide for our Conservation Commission to deny a permit on the basis that requested information has not been provided. Assuming it's a reasonable request, but that's actually part of the regulation. So that, I mean, Phil, you've heard the consensus, I think. Are you asking us to vote to deny the permit? I'm sorry. Are you asking us to vote? I know you don't. You're not asking.
I'm not asking you to deny the permit. That is certainly not what I'm asking for. You know, our goal is we want to work with the commission. There is no question about it. You know, we want to give you information, but the basic philosophy that we open the hearings with is we want to make sure that the information that is being asked of us is consistent with the information that would be asked of others. And I think this is not the case. I think it is transcended beyond there. Is that because there's such public outcry, and I know we will never satisfy those that are adverse to the project. I think that there are more eyes on the project, and the request for additional information goes beyond what the stormwater standards require us to provide. You know, if the commission is comfortable saying that we have met the standard of the application that we need to provide to them, then we would certainly change our opinion and let's continue to work together. But it seems like that's also not the case. You know, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to correct you, but you keep using the term minimum requirement or minimum standard. You've used that sort of interchangeably. And I keep trying to strike the word minimum. We've met the requirement. You know, we're in conformance with the stormwater standards, the handbook that has been provided to us at this stage. And then with further development of the project, we will meet the design of the wall. The building inspector will get design plans. You know, we're not asking for a trust situation. It's not a go with me here situation. It's just a due course situation. You know, I'd love to say that we can get there. I'm hesitant that we ever will. And I want to be respectful of the commission's time, but I'm not asking you to deny the permit. No.
No, I know that, but you are. If you don't assent to the continuance, then we have to have a vote.
Well, our next steps are you have a peer consultant that you elected to engage. We would take the tact. We would like to meet with Ms. Hall either virtually or in person and review her commentary in greater detail and context to the stormwater standards. Not what's ideal. Not let's do additional testing because that's what we think is necessary. I would like the ability to review it with her in the context of the confines of the stormwater management handbook. If the commission is comfortable allowing that to proceed, with the first task being let's address your consultant's review, then we can other matters down the line. Then maybe we would retract our opposition to another continuance.
I think under Chapter 44, Section 53G, under which Ms. Hall and GZA was employed as our consultant, admittedly paid by your client. But under the statute, I think her obligation, GZA's obligation, is to us and to respond to questions that are presented in a public setting. So my inclination is to say no to a private meeting. I encourage a discussion with her at a public meeting. If we need additional time, it's an important project. If we need an additional meeting, then we'll have an additional public meeting. But I think the discussion should be had in open session, in open forum with public participation.
Just to be clear, we are not suggesting a private session. We're just suggesting a working session that could be attended by one or more members of the commission. Obviously, nothing that would violate the open meeting law if it's not a published meeting. Somebody from the commission would be in attendance because you are correct. She does work for you in this case. We're not suggesting any misappropriation by trying to hold a private session to work through the matters. We just can talk about some of the technical aspects that might take advantage of your precious time. So I guess if you don't feel that's appropriate, then we will continue to stand on no continuance for this evening, and the commission can elect to act how they see appropriate.
All right. But for the record, I've offered an additional public meeting at which you could do that. I think in the past, the written reports going back and forth, your report, GZA's response from Ms. Hall, your response to that, I think has been quite effective. It's public documents. I'd like to keep it in a public forum. So with that, and if you do not assent, then I would make the motion to deny the permit. I would make the motion to deny the permit on the basis that legitimate requests for data that I believe are necessary for us to make an informed decision as to whether or not this complies with the state standards. We understand it's a comprehensive permit, but we've asked legitimate questions, some of which posed by us, some of which were posed by other experts in the field, and particularly by our own consultant that we've retained for this very purpose. That, you know, and I refer specifically to the GZA comments that have been made part of the public record. And on that basis, I think that we would be justified in denying the permit for lack of information that we've requested from the applicant. That's my motion. Is there a second? I see 3 seconds. Wendy, Todd, and Ingrid. All right. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, there'll be a roll call vote. Ingrid, how do you vote?
I vote to deny.
Tom Palmer, how do you vote?
Vote to deny.
Todd Hamilton, how do you vote?
Deny.
Wendy, how do you vote?
I vote to deny.
Hans, how do you vote?
I vote to deny.
And John Kiernan, I vote to deny. So that's unanimous. Permit is denied.
We appreciate your time.
All right. And thank you for your courtesy, Phil, throughout. And all of you, actually. All right. Thanks. So that is the, I think that's the last one other than additional business. And I will take 1 minute on additional business. I just want to give you a heads up that at our next, not the site walk on the 10th, but rather the meeting on the 13th of December, the town itself will be applying. And I say the town loosely because I think it's going to be the Conservation Commission, or it may be the Park Department. We'll file 3 RDAs for our signs, the Conservation Commission signs that are going up at different locations, because we have to ask ourselves whether or not, if we're in the buffer zone, whether or not we can put a sign up. And the other one is that we have a memorial bench for John Cronin in honor of his stewardship for the environment and as a great town father. And the family has selected Turner's Pond as an area where they would like to see the bench placed. I think we've all supported that and we've all voted for it, actually. But we need to file an RDA for that as well, because they have to clear the land and make sure that that the bench, which is granted, is sufficiently supported. So technically, we should file the RDA. So that will be coming. It'll be in your package, but we'll get it done in time for the December 13th meeting. All right, and I think the midnight bell is ringing, so we have to adjourn. Anything else before we adjourn? Stop. Hearing none. I move to adjourn. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thanks all for your patience, and you've earned your place in heaven.